Big welcome to the British Esports League of Legends All Star Showdown, the tournament built to engage the best teams from the championship winter split on Summoner's Rift. My name is Vlad, I go by Waxen, and I have the pleasure of being your host this week. In this tournament, we have the top two teams from each group of the winter season, duking it out for the honor and glory of being called the best. Following the success of the Rocket League Showdown in May half-term last year, British Esports are committed to holding an annual event for each of their titles. So you can expect an Overwatch Showdown to follow soon. For the upcoming news, the roster lock and registration lock for the spring season is on the 19th of February, so you still have some time to sign up for the spring season. The championships will return on the 24th on a Wednesday with Rocket League, and then we will cycle through the three esport titles we have of Rocket League, League of Legends, and Overwatch. As for next week, please tune in on Friday for Elliot's Fun Friday. And now, before getting into today's games and the semifinals we have prepared for you, and before we also bring our casters, we have a little recap of the quarterfinals.
A bit of luxury stats. Archibald taken down a half.
Killer Instinct going right into the backline. Featherstorm comes through, locking down Ice Steel Brothers and Gamerlord now in a tricky situation, flashing forward, trying to get onto Archibald, but just can't do it. The package is here as well. Gamerlord gets shut down. Archibald back in, throws out the feathers, and that is a clean ace for the side of Northampton College Dodos. Run is fan, run. Well, here comes in Live Wire. That's the death ray coming through. Steel Brothers will fall. Teleporting from supporting Otter, forced to crunch his way out to safety. CC down onto Live Wire. That's the setup that you were talking about. Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Nicholas will be able to survive. The turnaround for East Norfolk Knights, and the Celestial expansion will shred through Northampton College Dodo. Cyber joining the fray, and there comes the engage right onto Nicholas, and that's the shutdown courtesy of the Shockwave. The ultimate in from Asakiti. Is it enough? Twisted Ascendant surely will fall. It's on 3v2. Make that a 2v2. Livewire will fall. Triple kill going the way of Steel Brothers. Awakiti on the run. Can he stay alive? The barrel roll. The quadra kill. And Northampton Dodos put up a valiant fight. They gave it everything at the end.
Oh, Yokoshima nearly walked over that one. I saw that. Oh, they're all...
Oh, that is an engage and a half. The attract and repel. The magnet storm. The box will do nothing. Ming will fall as well. Drop your mastery now, son.
They don't have a slow Baron by any means, but I think AGSB know this is going on. They're running straight over there, making a beeline. It's going to be close. The Baron hits 5,000. 2, they have to commit.
Windseeker will come in. There is the engaged Magnet Storm. Killer Instinct in as well. And Cornell Cyphers will be ripped to shreds. AGSB say thank you very much for the Baron leash. They only have to do another 3,000 damage. Or maybe even go for some healing reduction.
I think Infinity Edge is the way forwards. Healing reduction not too concerned about when your damage is able to just plow through an enemy team. Spessmarine gets the smite steal.
But look at Shivos, big with the wild growth, just firing out the autos with the rapid fire cannon. Vilify will get taken down. Lemon Curd next. The Tangle Barbs connected is only Minodazaki Sana, who is still alive. The zap in, and that is the ace from the side of Colonel Cyphers. GEG is a 5v, a 5 for AGSB. Not feeling confident enough to go in. The Pop Blossom in onto 2 members. The Baby Cage, Givos is onto a killing spree. The autos are flying. Double, triple, quadra kill coming in. Givos for the Penta. Cornell Cyphers take the game and they secure it in the best way imaginable. 5v5.
red potion in for Zivos. They will be healing a lot more than in previous fights, even with no dedicated lifesteal. 5,000 on the Elder Dragon. We have to see a move.
Not going to be able to connect. Stretching strikes the elastic slingshot in the Magnetorm. That is a huge pop blossom, but look at the bullet time shredding through Conel Cyphers. Phil biceps forward. Mashibos able to find the triple kill. Now can look for Henry, flashing forward, looking for the quadra, but Minatazaki into the death room. That's the quadra kill. The Penta. Minatazaki needs to be huge, but no! So close. Minatazaki.
Kermit Crab, who's not been a hermit in this game, he's been all over the map. As we've got Pooplord moving on to Korean Billy. They can't quite get their ult off in time. They're going to try and trade with Bamboo if they can. But across the wall comes the Malphite, not quite in time. Kermit Crab is gone. Hex Animal's the only damage left on the team. But Pooplord is so incredibly tanky. That's the Triforce for you. Hex Animal is killed. Put down the triple kill for the Triforce user and the Drake as well for Hills Road.
That was a 5-0, and they get the dragon. A massive team fight here for Hills Road.
You know they will take every fight they get a chance to go for. Bamboo goes under the tower. Talk about aggression. Korean Billy is put up immediately in the fight, and that means that all the damage is gone. TP coming in. Kalos can't do anything, I think. He does manage to get the face breaker and brings back the rest of the squad. Poplord under the tower as Hex Animal being chased down by Dark Dragon. Dark Dragon driven away. That's Minibloke will take the 1v1. Hex Animal gets the kill anyway. But it's under the tower is the rest of Hill Road. Saloon is trying to step into the carry role against 4, but they have not had the best of games so far. And the ace itself is not. Shockwave will buy some space, and Chatty almost gets away with the ult, stopping the attempt, gets the kill round the side. He's shy with the isolation damage. There's the stun onto the Orn. Exeter College just rip, tear, and throw them in the bin. The hot shots get shut out of the game almost. Only 4 kills to 19. The goal lead is ludicrous. These inhibitors are gone. A Little Prince can only stand by the Nexus towers and watch it happen. X-Cole go in once again. The Fiddlestick trying to catch up the rest of the squad. Godslayer going to fall down. For the hot shots, this is their chance. Stopping the attempt comes back out from under the tower, but it's too damn strong. Little Prince is still in the mix. Misses the ult. What a heartbreaker. This means that Shy Cruel Pain is back into the mix once again. Picks up another kill. Still stays alive. There's a shutdown for Genre. Little Prince takes the 1v1 fight though, and you know that only goes one way. The double kill will stop any attempt. It's a blood.
Welcome to the stream to our casters for the first game of today. It's Joe B and Sati. Welcome to the stream. Joe, are you excited for today's semifinals?
Yeah, I'm really excited for these games. These two incredible teams that we're going to see first off. Both of them falling behind early in their games, managing to pull it back. We all love an underdog story, and it'd be interesting to see how they both stack up against each other in this first match.
How about you, Sati? What are you expecting from today's semifinals?
I mean, after that highlight video, I'm looking for something similar. Zivos on his pentakill yesterday. I'd love to see something similar. I had the pleasure of casting 2 of the quarterfinals and one of these semifinals today. So if there's anything like we saw on day one between these two teams, it'll be a banger for sure.
Absolutely. We also actually before we talk more about the semifinal of today, let's take a look at the bracket, and let's talk about the games that we just saw the highlights of, and then we can get into the first semifinal. So we have the bracket right now, and as we saw, and as you already mentioned, we had to open day 1, we had 2 reverse sweeps, and those 2 teams will meet in our first semifinal today. Is there something we can take from that? Maybe the mental strength of the teams from day 1, Joe.
Yeah. If you look at East Norfolk, I think it's especially looking around this bot side. They stuck with the same draft in the second and third games, both of which they won. Playing the Ashe and the Galio, really strong CC combination, able to lock people up. And when you're playing the Ashe, you don't even necessarily need to have her as your main carry. You can have your mid laner or your top. So that's possibly something that we can look at from them. Whereas when you look on the opposite side, you see Zivos, you saw it with the pentakill in one of the games as well. So really strong bot side from them as well. It'll be interesting to see how these two bot lanes stack up in the 2v2.
I'm looking at you, Sati. One of the things we touched upon on the second day of the broadcast with the second quarterfinals was, the initial day pressure of playing on stream in front of thousands of people. But now all the teams that have won have already gone through that. Do you think we're going to start seeing more maybe aggressive gameplay? Because we saw the teams were a bit reserved, like we mentioned, maybe because they were a bit nervous.
I mean, you have to hope so. I'm not sure if they were particularly passive, especially some of the teams I cast on Tuesday. That's for sure. But yeah, we love to see some more aggression. Nicholas is someone that I've cast before in British Esports, and I kind of know him for the Katarina and the Akali. The Katarina was banned out in all 3 games they played yesterday, so I still don't think he'll get his hands on that. But if you're looking for aggression, if we're able to see someone like the Akali today out of Nicholas, that would be some great fun.
Let's move on to obviously the first semifinal, the East Norfolk Knights versus the Conal Cyphers. Is there anything we can expect from the draft of these teams? Like, obviously, you mentioned already a few champions, and you said some of them might get banned out and they would not get to play them. So what can we see from them to replace those champs?
After you.
I mean, yeah, for East Norfolk Knights, it's very interesting to see that the top and mid laners have both kind of taken up supportive roles. I mean, the top laner supporting Otto, it's kind of in his name. He kind of played 2 games of Gnar, 1-on-1, but it's kind of this supporting teamfight champion. And then the game that they won the series on was the Shen. It's a very supportive top laner. And every single game, his Lulu was banned out. That's right, it's Lulu top that it was banned out. So I think it's interesting to see that they're kind of going towards this carrying the bot lane from VX Gamerlord. And it is very, as I said before, it's very interesting to see Nicholas going towards more supportive champions. He played the Seraphine in game 1. That game, didn't go his way. It was a loss. But even the Aurelion Sol and the Zoe, these champions are, not absolute hard carries. They're more poke and kind of supportive champions in the team fight.
What about you, Joe? Is there anything else that you would like to complete on top of what Sati said in regards to draft?
Yeah, if you look at the side of Conal Cyphers, you've really got to look at, as I said before, this bot lane. Zevos playing very, very strongly on the Jinx. And I'm expecting that to be banned out immediately. Also, the Nico as well on the top side from Lucifer was incredibly strong throughout. Absolutely dominant performance on that AP carry side, even on the top lane. Be interested to see how it stacks up looking into this next one.
Speaking of the draft, for everyone watching at home, we will be running predictions as soon as each draft for each game finishes, so you can predict in the chat using your channel points and support your favorites. We are currently actually getting ready for the draft, so Joe, Sati, take it away.
Thank you very much. So it does look like we are straight into this draft, and yep, as I mentioned before, we're going to see that Nico banned out straight away along with Thresh and Xerath, and Nicholas going to opt for that Lulu first pick.
Yeah, the Lulu first bit coming out. I just spoke about it. I was expecting that to be banned out. I mean, this can go towards the bot lane with Twisted Ascendant, who did play a game of Soroka yesterday before his 2 wins on the Galio. But I'm pretty sure it was supporting Otter's Lulu in the top lane that was banned out. So it's for them, it's really great to see them pick that up straight away. The Xerath is already been banned away. This is Yokoshima's kind of Starler champion. He played 2 games of Veigar in their wins yesterday, and it's interesting to see that they haven't actually picked that up. They've gone for the Swain and the Lissandra. Very interesting. These 2 champions are not ones that I kind of picked out when doing some prep work.
Yeah, the Swain I'm fully expecting to be around this bot side, but Icesteel Brothers I have been playing a lot of the Rex side recently, and really it's going to be perfect for setting up these ganks, especially if that Lulu is going to be in a solo lane. She's going to need as much help as she can get. The Lissandra pick's an interesting one. It's not someone that I've seen so much these new items coming in. I'm going to be interested to see how it stacks up, as we're going to see Galio picked up for supporting Otter. Again, it could be another flex pick that could go into the mid lane or the support as well.
Yeah, we saw Nicholas kind of going towards some more supportive mid laners with the Seraphine and the Aurelion Sol kind of moving away from his lane after pushing out and going to gank in the side lane. So I think it would be interesting to see if the Galio is in the mid lane or the support. Obviously, Twisted Ascendant did play 2 games of Galio yesterday, so I think we should expect that this is support Galio, and that would actually mean that this is Lulu top as we suspected, as it is answered with the Kane. Spec Marine yesterday played the Kane in one of their wins and looked very strong in it, so I'm sure he'll be looking for another strong performance today.
Yeah, and that combination that went really well with Twisted Ascendant's Galio was that Ashe, and she's going to be the first ban coming in for this side. Really fully expecting that one, and I'm really hoping to see Gamerlord pick up something that's more of a carry. I'd like to see the Kai'Sa, the Jhin, something like that, which could combo really well with the Galio and really help snowball this lead early in the bot lane, because you really don't want to give Zevos and Mingbong this advantage in this bot lane, because they will just run away with the game.
Yeah, and we started to see some more top lane bans come out. Yesterday, Lucifer played 2 AP top laners with the Nico and the Mordekaiser. Both of those are long gone already, as it's a supporting Otter Shen ban away. It's interesting to see that they think that this top lane has not been picked up yet for the East Norfolk Knights. They're expecting this Galio in the mid lane and the Lulu support. But yeah, still that carry to pick up from East Norfolk Knights. The Kai'Sa is still open. Even the Felios is still open. Paired up with a Lulu, that can be a really, really strong combo. So it'll be interesting to see what VX Gamerlord goes towards today.
Yeah, and seeing Zevos as fully expected, picking up the Jinx after getting the pentakill, 2 wins back to back on that Jinx on the ADC. Really was expecting that one to either be picked up or banned earlier on. Leaving it open could be kind of disastrous here, but we'll have to see. If they've left it open, clearly they've got some sort of strategy for how they're looking to play into it, as we do see the Kai'Sa being picked up.
Yeah, I mean, the Kai'Sa we spoke. I mean, I spoke about it on Tuesday. This champion is turbo broken at the moment. That's the only kind of way to describe her. She's so strong. She has just about everything in her kit, and paired up with the Lulu, it will be really strong. We will kind of see where everything rounds out on this last pick. With the Ahri very interesting. This would be going towards the mid lane, I'm sure. I can't really find anywhere else for that. And it will be the Kiana. Very interesting. This means that it's kind of much more of an AD heavy comp. There are some AP champions in there, the Kai'Sa, the Galio, and the Lulu, but I expect a lot more of those to be kind of going towards tank and supportive champions. And the Kai'Sa is primarily AD damage.
Yeah, she can kind of hybrid and go either way, but leaving the leaving it open, obviously that Lulu could still be. We're going to assume the top laner, and yeah, that's going to be the Galio moving into the support. And then you've got Jinx Morgana on the other side, which honestly, I'm fully expecting Zevos and Mingbong. We've seen how well they can combo together, especially leaving this Jinx open for Zevos. Really open for them, and something we didn't even really touch on, the Kane being picked up in the jungle on this red side. Very, very oppressive, and against the Rek'Sai, I feel really has the advantage coming into this matchup.
I mean, yeah, I think we're expect to see the blue Kane coming out from Marine here. There's lots of kind of squishy champions on the enemy team, but this Morgana pickup, I was actually kind of thinking that this was going to be Swain support. That's my kind of mistake. But Lucifer going towards another AP top laner in the Swain. But yeah, this Morgana, I actually kind of love this pickup. We just spoke about the fact that there's very few AP damage threats on the side of East Norfolk Knights. Breaking this Black Shield is going to be a really big problem for them. In the late game team fights, this Jinx can completely run riot, especially if she's got a few kills. There's already 3 melee champions on the side of East Norfolk Knights. Once she starts, going towards her first mythic item, where that's the Gale Force, the Kraken's there. She has the Runon's Hurricane against those melee champions, and even the Infinity Edge third item. She's going to completely tear through East Norfolk Knights. And they kind of do have the peel tools with the Lysandra, the Morgana, and the Swain. So I am very interested in this comp from Colonel Cyphers.
Yeah, and as you said, I think we were both fully expecting that Swain to go down into the support, but the Morgana being picked up towards the end. So you've got the AP in the top lane and the mid lane as well, so quite AP heavy. But yeah, you said the Kane picking up that blue form, and really, you've only got to really think that the Galio is the only person that's really not going to get one shot by that blue Kane. Once he gets a few items on the board, probably looking at either the Eclipse or the Duskblade on him, along with obviously with these new mythic items, can put out so much damage on that Kane, especially that blue Kane full lethality. Expecting a lot of damage in there, and it's going to be up to this Lulu and this Galio to try and keep the peel onto Gamerlord, try and keep him up so that Kaiser can pump out so much damage, because both teams looking quite squishy.
I mean, yeah, I can definitely agree with that. I think that Eastern Northern Knights do kind of have some tools to kind of deal with this Kane. Kane's not very happy when he sees the kind of hard CC on the enemy team. Galio definitely has that, and the polymorph from Lulu. I mean, Kane is pretty scary boy, but if you just turn him into the squirrel, he's not going to be able to do too much there. So I'm sure that will be a game plan for them. But yeah, it's, just lastly on the Kane, he'll be very happy. He'll be going towards these lethality items. And with 2 AP solo laners, he'll be doing just that much more damage. It's so hard to itemize against all 3 lanes, all 3 roles on the top side of the map.
Yeah, and the one pick I really want to look out for, I haven't seen any Kiana since these new items came out. She's kind of fallen off a little bit. A lot of people have taken taken the role that she normally fills. And I'm really interested to see what items are going to be built on her. And honestly, she can be as much of an assassin as this Kane is. She's going to hop over a wall, freeze you, hit you, stun the entire team with her ultimate. Really, really looking forward to seeing how this Kiana is going to be played from Nicholas. I'm expecting a lot of rooms early because this Lissandra's not really going to be able to match it as well.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, and it is interesting to see Nicholas on this Kiana. This is kind of the same style of champion that we kind of saw him with yesterday. It's kind of the AD Aurelian Soul, I guess. You're trying to shove that wave as fast as you can and trying to get out to the side lanes. And he will be really strong in these team fights. Kiana has this supreme display of talent. She will be able to do work in the team fight, and it is another CC tool. So any kind of fights around the river, especially with the dragon objectives and the Baron being so important on this on these previous 2 seasons, season 2020 and season 2021. I think this Kiana pickup is very interesting. But I agree. I kind of agree with you. I have not seen very much Kiana at all, so it will be interesting to see what they go towards. Obviously, they have the same damage type in the mid jungle with Rek'Sai Kiana, and kind of Rek'Sai, kind of his primary kind of build path is that Prowler's Claw. So to have the kind of double lethality jungle mid is very interesting for itemization.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see. I assume the Kiana is also going to go for the lethality build as well. Maybe look at Dusk Blade or a Prowler's Claw, as you mentioned, maybe even an Eclipse.
Yeah.
But I'm really looking forward to seeing how she's played, and really if Nicholas can do the amount of damage that he has been doing on these other champions. You said about the Aurelian Soul, that Nicholas has taken maybe a little bit of a supportive role with the mid laners that have been picking up, but clearly out for blood today, picking up this Kiana and wanting to roll through the team. We should just be loading into the game now, so I'm really looking forward to getting this one kicked off and kicking off the first match of this series.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is that both of these teams, I feel like they've got what they wanted. On the side of Colonel Cyphers, who will be playing red side today, they have these 2 AP solo laners. This is what these guys love to play. Yokoshima, I said, his Zerath was banned out. He won 2 games on Veigar yesterday. He has the Lissandra in the mid lane. Lucifer played 2 games in Nico and the Mordekaiser in the top laner. He obviously likes these AP champions as well. He's picked himself up the Swain there in the top lane. And Zevos, I'm sure he's completely feeling his jinx. He absolutely loves it after yesterday. Favorite champion probably, pentakill on stream. So I think Colonel Cyphers will be happy with what they picked up. And yesterday, supporting Otter had 3 Lulu bans in the top lane, but today he's already got his hands on the Yordle in the top lane. And Kaiser, VX Gamelord, who was a big reason why they were able to pick up the 2 wins and get here to the semi-finals today. He's on this Kaiser. That this champion is, as I said, turbo broken right now. And Twisted Ascendant, 2 games on the Galio, 2 wins. He'll be happy with what he's picked up as well.
Yeah, really interested to see. But obviously, both teams are just going to look to cover the entrances to the jungle. Nobody wants to get invaded this early on, and really looking forward to seeing how this one kicks off. Really looking forward to seeing how these teams stack up. Looking at these teams, though, which side do you feel has the advantage coming into this one, if either?
I'm honestly not sure. I mean, I feel like I kind of should be giving you guys my advice if you're going to put your channel points towards this game, but I'm really not too sure. I think both these teams have gone towards a team fight comp. But I think I am going to edge out to Colonel Cyphers maybe. As I said, it is actually going to be hard to get on top of this Jinx, especially if she has the Black Shield on top of her as the early ward goes down onto Ice Steel Brothers, who will be seen clearing his red here. This is really nice from Marine. He can kind of start to track the enemy jungler. But yeah, if I had to put my money where my mouth is, it would definitely be Cyphers for this game.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing this one kicks off. We're going to see, obviously, the Kayn and the Rek'Sai both starting off on the red side, and looks like Rek'Sai's going to probably go for maybe the 3 camp, look to get some early ganks off and some early pressure over onto that Scuttle. And really, we mentioned about the Kiana as well, which is just going to look to shove wave as hard as she can, but this Lissandra is are able to put so much pressure, that Q putting out so much damage early on, and interested to see how this one stacks up between these two. It should be really, I feel the powerhouse lane is going to be these two in the mid lane. But I am interested, the Lissandra opting to run Aftershock. Not something that you normally see on Lissandra. You normally see an Electrocute or maybe even a Comet, something like that. But Aftershock's something that I haven't seen on her, at least.
Yeah, I think this is kind of some 2018 technology here from Yokoshima, bringing it back to Xiaohu in the mid lane. But I think it's kind of, just trying to survive in this lane. She doesn't need to be this hard carry. She doesn't need to solo kill her lane. She just needs to make sure she's getting out and she'll have the utility in the later stages. You already spoke about it. Both junglers kind of pathing towards opposite sides of the map. They're kind of playing towards their winning lanes. It is the double ranged bot lane of Jinx Morgana that has to push in the early levels, and Kayn will be looking to kind of pick up this Scuttle and try and full clear as best as he can. But you already spoke about it as well. Ice Steel Brothers on this Rek'Sai, he will be looking to make some some earlier plays. Kayn, as we can see now with the Conqueror, he will be going towards the red Kayn. He will scale much more into later stages, into the mid-late game. On this Kayn, he's a much stronger team fighter than the Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai much stronger in the early levels. So I think it'll be kind of on Steel Brothers to kind of set the pace in this early game.
It really will be, and this Rek'Sai is going to obviously take over this top side Scuttle, and it does look like the Rek'Sai is going to start pathing at top side, pinging in on this Swain. We should be looking for this first early engage as in comes Inland Swain, gets the knock-up, immediate polymorph over onto the Lulu. It's going to be the Swain flashing out, but it is going to be Rek'Sai picking up that first blood. Beautiful play from these two, really combining well, and now can Kayn look to respond on the other side?
I'm not sure if he will be. I think he will just be looking to kind of full clear his jungle. Steel Brothers, he must have the stream open. He knows. I told him he's got to make some plays in the early game, and he has done so. First blood onto the Rek'Sai, kind of using that tunnel to get behind the Swain in the top lane. And I think the biggest problem is Lucifer. He even used his flash, and he still wasn't able to survive. Steel Brothers still has that flash. Available, so any kind of regank, this top lane wave will be bouncing back, away from Lucifer. So he's going to have to shove that as best he can. Otherwise, the threat of the regank is going to be a big problem. But fantastic work from Steel Brothers in the early game, picking up the first blood, and he already has that serrated Dirk.
Yeah, it gets that serrated Dirk, and now really working towards that Prowler's Claw, as you mentioned. Something as well that I really want to mention, this Kiana doing so well to just pressure out these minions and kind of building a bit of a level advantage. We saw just now only just ticked over onto 5 for the Lissandra. Nicholas kind of putting himself between the minions so that Yokoshima couldn't step up, as we're going to see both junglers engaging in the river. And so much damage coming through onto this Kayn. Steel Brothers, the flash comes in from the Kayn, but is it going to be far enough? As it is going to be the Kaiser looking to chase the Morgana now, putting a lot of pressure in, as it is going to be the root coming over onto this Rek'Sai. The heal is going to be popped from Gamerlord, and the engage over from the Galio, going to get the taunt. It is going to be the Kayn, going to be the one for Gamerlord is going to get that first pick, but it's going to be Yokoshima picking up the Rek'Sai on the other side. Now it is going to be the Lissandra going to pop that stun, stop Gamerlord from getting anything. It is going to be a trade over, but it is going to be that Rek'Sai falling. Really well played there. Nice movement from the Lissandra, able to make sure they get a pick to try and equal it up a little bit.
Yeah, it is a 2-for-1, 3-for-1 overall in this game. But yes, the Rek'Sai doing so much damage to the Kayn straight away with that serrated Dirk, trying to get out onto the map and trying to put as much pressure down as possible. But this is great work from Nicholas. You already spoke about him having the push in this lane, and he was able to move there first. We can see that kind of trading in the mid lane. Oh, as he's going in with the Serene Player's talent, is it too much?
Yeah, the ultimate comes in, and it's not going to be quite enough. There's Lysandra so low, and now the Kayn does have the potential. Kiana is out of mana, and she's got nowhere to run. She's going to be hopping over the wall. The Kayn is going to make the dash through, but not going to find anything there. Looking on this top side, supporting Otter is still only level 5. This Swain's 6, and is probably going to look to maybe try and build up this advantage a little bit further. But so many fights so early on, this Swain is looking maybe slightly overextended, and Rek'Sai pathing topside, looking to claim a bit of this Kayn's red side jungle.
Yeah, supporting Otter had a massive wave at his tower there. He's able to pick that up. He hits level 6, and here we see Steel Brothers coming in for the second gank. Lucifer with no flash. I feel like this is only going to go one way.
Yeah, the Swain is going to pop that ultimate. It is going to be a knockup from Steel Brother. They're putting out a lot of damage, but is it going to be enough? Lucifer popping that ultimate isn't quite enough, and that's going to be another death coming over onto him, as it is going to be another assist over for the Lulu, as Rek'Sai picks up the second kill for this jungle battle, and ahead on farm, ahead on kills, same amount of assists. It's really looking like a very strong jungle here for Steel Brothers.
Yeah, it is. He reganks that lane with no flash. Very very smart from him. And this Lulu is definitely looking like a support already with 2 assists on the board. But it's interesting to see that 7 minutes into the game, it's Kayn now going towards the dragon, I believe, or they're just getting vision. Yes, they have started this ocean dragon, and I think that this is kind of from the pressure for East Norfolk Knights being on the top side of the map. Kayn is actually taking a lot of damage here. The Supreme Display of Talent from Kiana.
Kayn might actually fall for that one. It's going to be Kamelor popping the Q, takes him out, and now this dragon is free for the side. And honestly, I'm intrigued as to what the plan was there for the Kayn. He takes so much damage, he tanks a lot of it, and ends up having to ends up falling for it. Gets the kill over onto the Kai'Sa, and gives up the Drake for it. Probably a bit of a miscommunication with his bot lane there, as we are going to see Zivos ticking up and getting that level 6 first in the bot lane.
Yeah, he will be, even with Kai'Sa, already having 2 kills on the board, now hitting level 6. But Kayn, only level 5, starting on the Ocean Drake. The Ocean Drake, when it autos you, it slows you. It's so hard to get away once you start it, so you have to make sure that you can finish it. I'm not sure if, the Jinx and Morgana were really there. I think they were clearing vision. And it's the Kai'Sa who's able to move in. And it was basically a solo kill there from VX Gamer Lord. Level 5, didn't even have the ultimate, so, a big overstep there from Marine, who will, I think if they're able to kind of, farm up a bit more, as Zeus maybe caught out here.
Yeah, looks like Zeus is going to get himself caught out there. The Galio comes in, nice taunt and knock up, and it's actually going to take the kill. I think maybe the Aftershock proc taking that one as he did try and leave it. But it is going to be another kill going over on this side of the bot lane. 6-1 so far, and obviously both teams have been in this position where they've been behind, but this early advantage really going the way of sorry, I've just lost my notes. Of East Norfolk, sorry.
Yeah, no worries at all. East Norfolk Knights, we kind of spoke about them having this early game comp with Konos Cyphers kind of scaling into these team fights. So I think we do expect them to have an early game lead, but this is quite a big lead. This is 3,000 gold, and a lot of that gold is onto the important people with the Rek'Sai, as the K may be caught out here again on an objective.
Yeah, he's going to hop through the wall, and it's going to be the unstoppable ultimate for Steel Brothers. And it's another solo kill over onto this Kayn. 3 1-on-1 this Rek'Sai, and you're starting to worry now if you're on the side of Cornell.
Yeah, there's more trading into the mid lane. Oh, he's able to, get the second part of that E, and he gets away. But, it's not even just the kills. He's able to pick up this objective now. Kayn is off the map. Kayn wasn't able to, use his R, as you said, that once that Rek'Sai ult comes through, you kind of can't use anything. There's more trading here onto the bot lane.
Yes, Morgana's going to pop the Black Shield as she does pop her ultimate as well. It's going to be the Galio going to try and flash out at that one. The Jinx ult narrowly misses, and now they're going to have to try and get something. You see the Kiana moving down down the river. It's level 7 popped now for this Kai'Sa. Really expecting them to maybe try and flip that one with the Kiana moving down, but the Kiana's going to move in and finds the Kayn. Going to get the ultimate, is going to be popped over. Is not going to find anyone so far, which is now running away with the Kayn. Just pop the Umbral Trespass. Not going to find anyone with that one. Nicholas not taking really any damage from that. It's going to be Kayn looking to run away when you're 2 levels behind. And this Kiana has not only levels, but items over you. You are really going to have to dip and take that fight.
Oh, the Void Seeker from ex-Gamerlord actually nearly catching onto Kane there. That would have been an absolute disaster. You know, if you want some positives here, you know, for Colonel Cyphers, you know, he was able to get away with his life, and he does have some more stacked swords. His, you know, that passive, he is trying to get towards Rast in this game. He has that Conqueror. As yes, this bot lane is definitely the strongest point for Colonel Cyphers. You know, this Jinx has, you know, maybe has died once, but has, you know, a 10 CS lead in this lane. And as I said, will be a really strong component in these team fights. And, you know, I think they will be looking towards Zeus in this game if they are looking for a carry. You know, he had a big performance on Monday, and, you know, he picked up a pentakill. And today he's been put on the carry here with the Jinx. And, you know, he has the protection of Morgana as more trading here in the bot lane. Both teams looking to get very aggressive.
Yes, Morgana playing very, very aggressive, and it is going to be the flash from Rek'Sai going to have to back out on the top side as he just find himself sandwiched between 3 people. Is going to be able to get back out on that one, but giving up the flash for it.
Yeah, and this Cloud Dragon in 50 seconds will be the next big thing, as you know, Rek'Sai trying to catch out this Kayn again. I feel like it's not on my screen right now, but Rek'Sai, you know, trying to make plays into the enemy jungle. You know, he does have that Rift Herald as more fighting.
Yeah, Rek'Sai getting the knock-up over onto the Lissandra and is going to go unstoppable, going to be able to take her out, but it is going to be Swain popping the ultimate as well as the Qiyana. Everyone throwing their ultimates into this one. Swain is going to get polymorphed and is going to have to flash away, but it is going to be Qiyana chasing down this Kayn. Now, can she get the pick? And she is going to get the pick over on that side, and it's going to be the ultimate, the sudden growth over onto this Rek'Sai, taking out the Swain. And that's another 2 kills for nothing on the top side. Both taunted in the Galio now, as they are going to pop bot side. It is going to be the Galio trying to come in with the ultimate. Is it going to be enough? The Black Shit isn't going to get popped, but it is going to be Qiyana. It's going to be the Kai'Sa taking that one out. She's going to get chased down by the Galio. The Flash E is going to come in. It's not going to find anything. The Galio is going to get rooted up, and the Morgana is going to survive with her life as the Rift Herald drop mid, and that's a lot of plates for Nicholas and Steel.
This is a disaster on all sides of the map. That is a 4 for 0. The Morgana not going down is the only reason it wasn't an ace. That is 4 kills and none returned, and I believe that Rek'Sai will, you know, gonna go towards the Cloud Dragon after he bases. But yes, and as you said, you know, the plates going on to Nicholas and Steel Brothers here on the Rek'Sai. You know, a massive, I mean, not a gold swing, but just a massive gold input there from the East Norfolk Knights, who you know, are really kind of getting carried away in this game, and you know, will look to snowball these dragons. You know, they can fight on any side of the map they want to, and I really think they'll win. All of the summoners there were used from Colonel Cyphers there in the bot lane. You know, the flash and the exhaust came out, and they still lost that 2v2. You know, the double taunt getting onto Zevos and Ming. You know, really helped them to win that, as you know, these mythics have started to come through. The Kraken Slayer on this Kai'Sa, definitely the most aggressive option. Gets you quicker towards, you know, your E and Q evolves. The Moonstone in the top lane support role. Dustblade and Proudest Claw completed for Steel Brothers and Nicholas. These guys are so strong.
Yeah, and really, I would have liked to have seen the Kai'Sa maybe looking to take the Gale Force there instead of the Kraken Slayer. You haven't really got a lot of tankiness apart from maybe this Kayn if he is going to opt for the red Kayn. But clearly, Kai'Sa looking to extend a lead and really try and push this advantage that they've got. And I guess that answers the question with Qiyana as well. She's going to opt for the Duskblade. We weren't really sure where she was going to go. We haven't really seen much Qiyana so far.
Yeah, I think the Dustblade is probably the best option because of, you know, the kind of mythic passive you get from it. It is that ability haste, and any kind of ability haste on champions like this Qiyana is, you know, really nice, as we will see a Mountain Soul this game. You know, I think we have to ask ourselves though, are we really going to get that far into the game? You know, this early game from East Norfolk Knights looks so strong. As you know, Lulu, are they really going to be able to kill her? I'm really not too sure.
Yeah, really, this Kayn moving topside and still not able to find anything on this Lulu. She's playing so safe and having that Moonstone, but we are going to see Zevos popping that W from the Jinx over, and it is going to be rooted up this Kai'Sa. It's going to be Gallo going to have to push very aggressively, but it's shut down over onto the Jinx. That's absolutely massive. 350 gold being popped over. That's another kill for the Jinx as well. Nice double kill for her. That's going to put her firmly back into this one, as we are going to see the Kayn getting picked over on the top side. There's Qiyana with a nice little roam, 3-0 and 2 for Nicholas, and now looking to move towards this Lissandra again.
Yeah, this is you know, this is a really important for the game. If Colonel Cyphers have you know, anywhere back into this game, it's got to be this Jinx. You know, I spoke about Jinx being really strong in these late game team fights, and to get, you know, 2 kills there. You know, they were 0-2 before this. As you know, Nicholas going towards the mid lane, the ult from Lissandra comes out, still has the ignite. I'm not sure that's going to be a kill. But you know, in that bot lane, I think the biggest thing is that Jinx will be sad that, you know, those plates, those plates weren't available there. You know, they do get the tower, but it was just the first tower gold.
Yeah, Kane has completed this transformation as well, has gone for rest, so a bit more bruisery, a bit more of a team fight, as you said before. But this bot side losing the first turret, really not what we expected. We saw the East Norfolk really been dominant so far, but that double kill was all that was needed, and you're going to see Conal picking up the first turret.
Yeah, and you know, and even with that double kill, VX Gamerlord, you know, I'm sure he'll be pretty happy. He's 3-1 and 2, sorry, in this lane. And you know, he will be really strong in these team fights. It looks like Kono Cyphers will be moving their mid, their bot has caught out.
Caught out once again. Zevos is going to get taken out and locked up. This Galio is going to get that one, make himself 2-1 and 2. He's nearly going to catch up with this Kai'Sa, as we're going to see supporting Otter getting very aggressive on the Lulu. Currently 0-0 and 4, playing this supportive top laner very, very well. But we are going to see Lucifer putting out so much damage. Once you get that root and you combine it with the electrocute as well, there's so much damage coming in from this Swain. And really looking to see maybe this Swain getting some kills, being kind of bullied here so far by the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and I think bullied by the Lulu as well. You know, Lulu is definitely a supportive champion, but can be very strong in that solo lane. You know, she has quite a, you know, she has good range with her Arena Q. But you know, it's interesting you say it. It's interesting to see that the Swain has actually gone towards the Conqueror this game. He's definitely not, you know, going for that lane dominance. He's definitely going towards these team fights, which I think is something that we kind of agreed on with the Jinx, the Kayn. All of them are kind of playing towards these team fights. The Dragon is going to be up in 2 minutes. I feel like that'll be the next thing, as Rek'Sai, you know, was able to pick up that second Herald as well, and they'll be dropping that in the top lane.
Yeah, see this Rek'Sai as well moving down towards, and is going to find himself caught between the Jinx and the Morgana. The Galio is going to come in as well, try and keep himself up, and in comes the Lulu onto the Rek'Sai as well. The shutdown does come over onto Jinx, so that's going to be absolutely massive. There's going to be Nicholas coming in and taking out the Jinx. That's 2 picks either side, as we do see the Kayn pick up the Lulu as well, and there's going to be Swain popping this ultimate. Can he put out enough damage? And it is going to be Nicholas diving in, trying to get this Morgana, trying to assassinate, and it's going to be Nicholas picking that one up as well. It's going to be 2 picks of him so far this fight, and this Kayn and Swain are both so low, but Twisted and Nicholas, I don't know if they have the HP quite to dive this, even with the Rift Herald. They are looking for it, but it is going to be that Herald taken out, and you really don't want to be looking to dive that one at that point. Beautiful play from both teams, and this Jinx picking up another massive bounty.
Yeah, you know, a big skirmish in the jungle there, a 2v2, but in the meantime, that top tower did go down from the Rift Herald. The second charge didn't go off. But it's interesting to see these kind of lane assignments. Look at this. This is Kai'Sa in the bot lane and Lissandra in the bot lane battling out at that tower. Lissandra didn't have TP for that fight. Don't worry. I don't think she'll be getting flamed for not TPing in. But, you know, these lane assignments are definitely interesting. You know, I think that would have gone different if the Kai'Sa was there. I think that would have been many more kills. But I really think this is actually quite a good trade for Kono Cyphers. You know, they are behind in this game, so getting any kind of even trade is really good for them.
Yeah, we're going to see that the Dragon is coming up in just 20 seconds. We're going to see the Rek'Sai moving in on the Kayn, trying to look to take him out so that he's not even available for the fight, using that Blast Berry to hop over the other side, as we do see Steel Brothers coming in on the Rek'Sai, taking them out. It's going to be the Jinx looking to... He's going to have to back this one out, as Nicholas is moving up now, going to get rooted up. Supporting Officer is there. Honestly, these picks are going back and forth. This Kayn really finding himself in the wrong positions at the wrong time. Did manage to find a pick on that top side earlier on, but does have the Gore Drinker now, so maybe having that little bit of sustain is really going to help them, as the third drag does come over, and that's going to be Soul Point now, and that Mountain Soul on this Rek'Sai, and this Galio is going to be so strong. The Morgana is going to pop the ultimate as well. There's going to be a beautiful ult from Nicholas, knocking her back, get her rooted against the wall. Jinx is going to have to flash out of that one, as we're going to see the TP coming in from Lissandra. Is she able to pick anything up? It is going to look like East Norfolk are going to back out of this one and just try and regroup a little bit, sustain themselves before they go into this next fight.
Yeah, the third dragon there, really important. Marine kind of caught out just before the dragon spawn, 10 seconds. And then it's Zevos kind of stepping up too far, and Ming only has one of those black shields. He black shields Zevos and kind of leaves himself out to dry. So, you know, a good pickup there from Nicholas, kind of knowing how to navigate these skirmishes. And this is a really big lead, not just in the gold. That's a 6,000 gold lead, but you can kind of average it out about 1k for each dragon, and they have 3 of those. So this is a massive gold lead and a massive advantage for East Norfolk Knights. That's 4 minutes away now from Ocean Soul. That'll be a 25-minute soul if they're able to pick that up. And with all of their champions being so strong, Nicholas here has 2 items and already another serrated dirk. That Umbral Glaive will kind of help the team clear vision. Steel Brothers having a 2nd item as well, and Gamerlord, he'll definitely be picking up that Q evolution when he goes back to base. He'll only need a serrated dirk if he's going towards a collector, or even the pickaxe if he wants to go, i.e. 3rd. So this is a really strong point for East Norfolk Knights, but this can only get stronger as well.
I feel like this is a really big pickup as well for the Lulu. She did just pick up this Chemtech Putrefier, which since the new changes, anyone that she's healing or shielding, so with that Moonstone as well, it's going to give them the Grievous Wound. So it's not going to be the team that's needing to pick up an Executioner's, a Mortal Reminder, the Oblivion Orb, anything like that. Really nice pickup on this top side, really expanding the supportiveness of that Lulu. And also the Rek'Sai picking up the Edge of Night, getting that Black Shield as well, trying to prevent some of the CC from the Morgana, from the Swain, from the Lysandra as well. Really nice to see the itemization coming through for these guys so far.
Yeah, I mean that spot on the Grievous Wounds item there, the Chemtech Purifier, it was a really good spot. We spoke about the Kayn with the Conqueror, and even the Swain with the Conqueror as well. These 2 champions will be looking to sustain up in the team fights, and it kind of that Grievous Wounds being on the top lane, it kind of allows the mid jungle and the bot, the real carries, kind of go towards their items as fast as they can. So it's a really, really great spot and a really great pickup here from supporting Otter.
Yeah, really looking. It is going to look like we're stacking up for a big fight in this top lane. Lucifer is currently under the turret. See the Kayn waiting in the wings, and the Jinx is on her way in. But it is going to be a big engage here. It's going to be the massive knock up onto the Galio. He's going to be slown as well. He's going to get locked up. There's so much CC coming in. Massive 4-man talk coming in now from this Galio, putting out so much damage. This Lysandra is so low. It's going to be the Kai'Sa coming in with that ultimate, but is it going to be enough? No, it's not so far. Lou's going to get a pick over onto the Morgana, and it is going to be the Lysandra falling to the Kiana. Another kill here for Nicholas. 7-0-4 is looking to put even more damage out so far. Takes out the Kayn as well. Beautiful damage coming in. But is it going to be enough? The Swain is going to pop some damage. Galio ult comes in just to keep Nicholas alive, and this top turret is going to fall. Beautiful play coming in from Norfolk.
I definitely agree, and I've got some bad news for Colonel Southers. That was a 4v5. If you look at the bot side of the map, Steel Brothers, he's there. He's just pushing towers. That's he's onto his 2nd tower now. He is just doing his own thing this game, kind of invading the enemy jungle. But in that team fight, Zevos, he was caught out onto the side. He wasn't underneath the tower, and he was picked off by Nicholas. On this Kiana, he's 8-0-4. He has 2 items. He'll have his 3rd item when he goes back to base now. And this really is a disaster. They are so strong at this point in the game. VX Gamerlord, he must be sitting on loads of gold. He has 3.6k gold in the bank right now. When he bases, 45 seconds before this dragon spawn, I think he'll be able to pick up a whole item, and he will be so strong in this dragon fight.
Yeah, there's Galio trying to just farm the Raptors, and the Jinx comes in and she's going to just tap the rest of them, take them out. Rageblade picked up for the Kai'Sa now here, so we're going to see a little bit more attack speed coming out from her. And I believe that's going to be enough attack speed as well to get the evolved Q coming in. The evolved E. So she is going to be able to go invisible, a bit more sustained through this, because she becomes untargetable. And really, it's the Jinx that's putting out so much of this damage. Every time she's in the fight, they're the ones that are going to... she's the one that's really putting out the work for this team. Nicholas as well is going to optimize, going to pick up this Umbral Glaive and Edge of Night, so he's going to be able to take out these wards, but also give himself a little bit more sustain. So these lethality but support, but sustain items coming in from the Rek'Sai and the Kiana. Really nice to see them optimizing as well, as the Galio is finally going to pick up his Mythic as well.
Yeah, the supports at the moment not really getting too much gold, as Nicholas kind of looking to engage here in the mid lane. He's just that strong. He has the Lulu behind her.
Nicholas goes in very aggressive, and the Lulu ult is going to have to come in and just pop his ultimate as well. It isn't going to find anyone, but it is going to be Zevos getting the first to fall. It's going to be the double kill for the Kai'Sa now. Really well played there. Nicholas is going to find himself one as well, because of course he is. Every single fight he's going to find himself another pick, and the turret is going to fall, and the flash knock up coming in from the Galio. Beautiful play as the taunt comes in, and down goes the Lysandra. Nicholas is going to pick that one up as well. 10-0-6 Nicholas is so far, and they're going to take this inhib turret and the inhibitor. And really, you're looking at the beginnings of the end. The writing is on the wall.
It'll be interesting to see if East Norfolk kind of go towards the end here. I don't think they will. They are looking for this top inhib. I think they should maybe go towards the Baron here. You know, that will definitely secure them being able to close out this game, especially with the mountain profile. There's so much out on the map, especially if they don't think they're able to end the game here. But yes, Nicholas and X Gamerlord are just so strong in this game, and they have a Lulu behind them. Casa Lulu, that's an incredibly strong lane. A really lovely engagement.
Galio caught out by the root now. He's going to get dragged back by the Swain, but there's so much damage coming through. The E dash is going to come through. The Lulu ult is going to pop as well, and Galio is going to stay alive. Nicholas going in, and just 2 shots to Morgana. Beautiful play from him. This Kiana is so fed, so strong. 11-0-6. Nicholas really has to watch out, though. He did get himself caught out a little bit, and has such a large bounty. Really going to bring someone back into the game if they can get the pick over onto him. He's playing so aggressive in this front line, and you can see it's going to look like East Norfolk are going to move down towards this drag and going to pick up Mountain Soul.
For a moment there, I thought that was a massive overstep from East Norfolk Knights, and it was going to be Colonel Suffers, being able to pick up some of these shutdowns. But Twisted Ascendant, he has the Lulu against the Wild Growth, and is able to survive. They pick up this Ocean Soul now. It is actually only the Galley that is based here, as actually it looks like the Rek'Sai will be basing here, as they I think will be going towards the Baron, or even they can look towards this bottom inhib. But I think at this point in the game, East Norfolk are just so strong. They're so far ahead, guys. This is like a 13,000 gold lead, 13,000 gold lead, and they're only going back to base now to spend that gold. I don't even think Nicholas has gone back to base yet. As we see Game Lord in the base trying to decide what he wants, and it will be that Runons. So with the Ocean Soul picked up 27 minutes into the game, they can really just completely blow up this Baron and look to end the game off it.
Yeah, really looking to try and move in. They do have this Mountain Soul now, and they're going to be looking towards this Baron when they can, and that Baron is going to be all they need to come in and end this game, really. Or we're just going to maybe see Nicholas coming in and just destroying everyone once again, putting out so much damage on this Kiana. Managed to back and get the Yomus as well, so it's going to get into these fights even faster as well.
Yeah, this Baron will definitely be the next objective. Nicholas is probably the strongest in the game, level 15, and has 4 items. And Kiana fighting around this Baron is a really strong point for her. That's a supreme display of talent, especially on a mountain map. Can kind of do a lot of work, as it looks like East Norfolk, instead of starting it, are kind of looking for a pick, as it looks like they will just go towards it now as they hop over the wall. Colonel Cyphers do have a ward on it, as that is now spotted out by the pink ward. Very well done by them. As they aren't actually gonna start it. They're looking for this Morgana.
Morgana, you appeared and you were gone. Beautiful little flash there from Nicholas, and dash over the Jinx trapped. It's not going to be enough, though. She is going to be immediately removed. So much damage coming in through this Kiana. 12-0-7. You're really starting to run away with this one. It's going to be the knock-up over on to Ice Steel Brothers. Not going to be enough. This Rek'Sai still managing to get out with their life, but so slow on the way out. And it's going to be a nice little route coming in from the Swain. Beautiful amount of damage coming through from them. It's going to be locked up, though. Yokoshima is so low, and it is going to stopwatch. Not going to be enough, and they are going to fall. It's going to be Ice Steel Brothers getting a pick towards the end. Nicholas is going to clean up as well. And it does look like there's a little bug, but I think that may or may not be the end of this one. Very well played coming in from both sides, and it's going to be East Norfolk taking the first round.
Yeah, certainly getting that bug again. I'm sure East Norfolk would have loved to have seen that Nexus explode again. But, a really extremely dominant win from East Norfolk Knights. They kind of got everything they really wanted in the draft, the Galio and the Lulu. The Kaiser, the Kiana, everything was so strong. We'll have to see some adaptation here from Colonel Cyphers, because, in my opinion, they kind of got everything they wanted in the draft as well. So it'll be interesting to see what they go back to. I think maybe, the Vega was actually left up in that game, so they may go towards something like that. But it's so hard to ban out Nicholas and Ice Steel Brothers. They've played quite a few things now. and they've shown proficiency in all of them. So it'll be interesting to see, kind of how Colonel Cyphers kind of adapts for this game too, because they're going to need to. That was a really, really dominant win from East Norfolk, really well played by them.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we have a lot of very disappointed people in the chat because the predictions, ladies and gentlemen, I think it was something like more than 70% in the favor of Colonel Cyphers. After the draft phase, they were the favorites, and let's just say that East Norfolk did not they didn't let them any room to breathe. Like, they just came in swinging early game. And Sati, can you please tell us, what do you think went wrong there? Do you think it was a draft issue? Do you think it was a laning phase issue?
I think there were some laning phase problems. I'm not 100% sure if Kiana should have so much push in that lane. She was able to move to that bot lane play, and it was Lucifer kind of getting caught out in that top lane as well. Rek'Sai with the 2 early kills there. He blew the flash on the first one and then reganked, and it was a free kill, and just completely started snowballing. So if they're able to, because the thing is, they even had an early ward on the Rek'Sai. They knew he was pathing towards the top lane, so to kind of die to that gank is a bit of a problem. I really want to see Lucifer kind of using his trinkets and not dying to these ganks, because if the enemy team is playing a snowballing comp, you do not want to give them those early kills.
What about you, Joe? What do you think the East Norfolk Knights can do to bring this back? We saw them down one map before, and they brought it back and took it to the third map and won it. But what do they need to do to stop the Conal Cyphers? What do the Conal Cyphers need to do to stop the East Norfolk Knights? Because they look so good right now.
I think you really got to look towards the jungle. This Kayn was caught out way too many times, and you really want to be looking at maybe something a little bit more supportive. We've seen what Zevos could do. Even when they were so far behind on that Jinx, they were still able to get so many shutdowns, so many picks, and I'd love to see them coming and playing really more around this bot side. Clearly, it's going to be East Norfolk favouring that top side. We saw a lot of ganks up into the Lulu. We saw a few into the mid lane as well, and the jungle really wasn't looking around that bot side. Only when it was really the Drakes that you saw them moving towards that bot side. So I'd really like to see maybe looking at, I've seen it's quite meta at the minute, maybe an Ivan, maybe something like that, or maybe an Udyr, something that can come in and really open up a bit of space in this bot lane to allow Zevos to get that advantage.
We saw the scoreboard. We saw a perfect score from one of the players. So, I mean, I'm just going to ask who is your MVP for game 1, but I'm pretty sure I know who's mine.
Well, I think I'll actually go different then, because Steel Brothers for me, the early game from that Rek'Sai was really important. He was really snowballing that game. He was able to pick up the early dragon, but with those top kills, he was kind of invading constantly on this Kayn. We talked about Kayn scaling to the late game. Steel Brothers said, "We're not going to late game, mate. Well, I'm gonna kill you in your jungle." So for me, Steel Brothers, really accelerating the pace of the game. He had a really good game for me. He's my MVP at least.
What about you, Joe?
I'm going to go with the obvious. It's got to be Nicholas for me. That Kiana was so dominant. So many picks and absolutely flawless throughout the game as well. Not getting a single death on that Kiana. Something that we said that we haven't really seen since these new items came out. And honestly, I'm expecting to see a lot more of it. That lethality, the amount of damage that they can get in and being able to dash in and out. So much damage and really well played by Nicholas. It's got to be MVP for me.
Same here, Nicholas, with what a stellar performance. Very flashy plays as well, and you love to see it on stream in front of 4,000 people. Thank you all for watching and supporting your teams. We are slowly getting ready for game 2 of the first match of the day, and I want to see, do you think we're going to be seeing this Keanu pull through the draft in the second game, or do you think it's just going to get banned out, Sati?
I don't think it'll be banned out, but it'll be interesting to see if they pick it up again. I think Nicholas's champion pool is just a little bit too deep for them to kind of ban out, so I'm not sure they'll go towards that. But for Colonel Cyphers, I think they'll, whether it's in the jungle, I think Marine kind of had a really big problem in the early game. So if they're able to pick up a more early game jungler and help out those lanes, I think that'll be really important. I think this team comp that they played had kind of a bit too much team fight, and they were just too weak in the early game to kind of contest anything. So I think if Marine maybe in the jungle goes towards some kind of early game champion, someone like the Olaf, or I don't know, maybe the maybe the Ivan, the Udyr, we'll see. But they need something a little bit more in the early game to kind of contest East Norfolk Knights.
like I said at the beginning of the stream, we were looking at both teams and hoping there wouldn't be any nerves coming in. And like we said, we saw both of these teams starting one game down in the first day of the tournament, and now the Conal Cyphers came in with what I would say it was a really disappointing showing. Do you think the nerves got to them a bit there? Because obviously this is a team that we saw they can perform, they can bring it back. But maybe, that's something to look at from a coaching perspective. You start one game down every series you have. Maybe there's a problem with the mentality of the players. Maybe they didn't wake up early enough to warm up. What do you think? Is that something we could consider, Joe?
It's something to consider, but at the same time, I think blaming it on the nerves really takes a lot away from East Norfolk. They just played. I just feel that East Norfolk played a lot better in that series. They really looked. You saw that Lulu, she was able to sit back, absorb a lot of pressure from the Swain. When he overextended, the Rek'Sai came in. And that was a free kill in the top lane. We saw that the Kai'Sa managed to catch out Kane when he went for that drag, and just one Q, and immediately the Kane's taken out the fight. I think there was a couple of mistakes, that you might be able to blame on the nerves, but to put the whole game on nerves really is kind of a disservice to Norfolk.
So is it safe to say, Joe, that you're taking East Norfolk for map 2 as well?
Oh, 100%. After that performance, I think then you can start to look towards the mental side of it when you've been battered that hard with that you've got a mid laner that's playing an assassin going 12-0-7, I believe, towards was how he ended. That's something that you're really probably going to be quite scared of looking at this next game. I wouldn't be surprised if there's 2, maybe even 3 bans towards him in this draft as well. But as Suji said, when you've got not just a champion pool, but a champion ocean like Nicholas has, you've really got to be worried about which bans you are taking out and which ones you actually feel comfortable playing into.
What about you, Sati? Are you backing the Conal Cyphers here, or are you going for the safe pick in map 2?
I mean, I'll definitely go for East Norfolk Knights. I think the biggest problem is that Conal Cyphers definitely made some mistakes. But if someone throws, you really do have to, you have to catch it as well. So they did really well, kind of snowballing their lead. It wasn't just the mistakes from Conal Cyphers. They were aggressive enough to kind of play their comp out the correct way. So I feel like I think East Norfolk Knights, this may be a quick 2-0, sadly.
Chat, you can let us know your predictions after we will finish with the draft phase. We will be running the predictions again. I suspect the results will be very different compared to the first predictions the chat have. I am all here for the Conal Cyphers. I want to see the third map. I want to see a best of 3. Hell, I want to see the Conal Cyphers go all the way and double reverse sweep getting to the final. Why not? I'm maybe a bit optimistic, especially considering the shape East Norfolk Knights are in right now. But hey, I'm trying my best to hype the teams, and we gotta have. I mean, I wouldn't say it was not an entertaining game, but I would much rather see a more balanced game too, from my perspective. Hopefully, but let's not waste any more time. I think you guys can take it away. The draft is underway, so let's have a fun game too.
Yeah, hopefully looking forward to this draft. Hopefully it's a little bit of a closer game, as much as we love to see those pop-off moments. I want to see something a little bit closer, and I'm really looking forward to seeing where they go in this next one.
Yeah, I think we already spoke a little bit about the draft, and I kind of agree with I definitely agree with Wax, and we would definitely want to see some kind of reverse sweep, or at least a game 3. And it's not about being not even about Conal Cyphers kind of winning this game. At least I just like to see a better showing from them, a more even game, because that really was so one-sided, and with the amount of support from Conal Cyphers in the chat with all those predictions, I think that they really need to pull out a better performance here, and that starts in the draft, which we are now into. The Katarina taken away from Nicholas, as well as that Galileo now off the table for Twisted Ascendant. They've decided that was their problem. Not so long between these two drafts to do a lot of adaptation, but yes, those two things taken away straight away.
Yeah, some bans coming in from East Norfolk as well. We're going to see the Nico and the Thresh taken off. We've seen how well Mingbong can play that Thresh, as well as Lucifer playing that Nico. Back-to-back wins in their previous series on that topside Nico. Clearly something the supporting Otter really doesn't want to play into. And he's going to ban the Lulu, even though it was them that played it in the last round. So clearly they're expecting Cornell to maybe look to pick this Lulu, and it's going to be taken out with the Vayne first pick coming in from them.
It is I think I agree with you. That's very interesting to see supporting Otter kind of taking that Lulu off the board. You know, they were so strong with it on that first game, and it was something that I kind of thought they could flex towards the support role. But I think they may have thought that Conal Cyphers were going to pick that up themselves in this game too. With the first pick, as the Seraphine comes out, this is very interesting. This is something that Nicholas actually played in game 1, and this is very different to the Kiana. Even though I do actually think the Seraphine will be in the mid lane. So yeah, this is very different to the Kiana. It'll be interesting to see how Nicholas pilots this.
I'm interested to see. Oh, I thought we were going to get the Ivan, but
You were
no,
nearly
it's going to
Prophet.
be the Gnar picked up for supporting Otter. I was fully expecting as well, if it's going to be supporting Otter getting the pickup on the Ivan, it could have even gone top lane. I wouldn't even fully expect it to be in the jungle at this point. This when you go with this Moonstone, Staff of Flow, and Water, especially with these top laners as well, really, really strong combination and really buffing up your team throughout the entire series. As we're going to see Leona picked up from Mingbong and Zac as your jungler, but is it going to be Ivan being picked up?
Yeah, this Church of Aless has nearly made its way all the way to the British Esports Championships, even in the showdown. But as we look over at that hover, we know we can talk about Marine picking up his Zac here. Yesterday he picked up one win on the Kane. He wasn't able to pull it out in the first game today, but the other game that they won on was the Zac, so he's gone towards that. As it's the Gragas locked in, very interesting. I believe that Steel Brothers played this in the jungle yesterday, so I think very similar picks to what we saw yesterday from East Norfolk Knights. I think these picks, even though they can be flexed, we kind of know where they're going. It's Gragas most likely in the jungle, Seraphine in the mid lane, and supporting Otto back on this Gnar. Yesterday he went 1-1 on this pick, but he's definitely shown proficiency on it.
Yeah, the Galio and Ashe combination that we've seen East Norfolk run is going to be taken out, both of them being banned again. But yeah, this Gragas is something that I'm really looking forward to seeing as well from Steel Brothers. Clearly liking these junglers which have their solid ganks. Rek'Sai obviously being able to set up with the tunnels and the knock-up immediately. Gragas with that body slam being able to CC someone immediately, but also the knockback coming in with his ultimate as well. As the Xerath is the last ban as well. We've seen that it's being banned out quite often versus Yokoshima, and clearly is a very, very strong Gragas player. Xerath player.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he is a Gragas player as well, but sadly that's already been taken away from him. Yokoshima, as you said, Xerath taken away from him, but he does like these AP mages. He played that Lissandra in the first game, but it was, I think this game I do expect him to kind of play the Veigar. That's what he got his wins on yesterday, and I think going towards Comfort after that kind of game 1 demolishment, I really think he'll go towards that. As I was going to say, I really think they should just take away this Kai'Sa, but they think that Twisted Ascendant, is a really big problem in this game. They've taken away his Soraka, even though that's something they actually lost on in the first game of yesterday. That Veigar does come through. It will be interesting to see how they round off this team comp. Just looking for a top laner here from Lucifer. Most of his champions have been banned out. That Mordekaiser, the Nico is gone. Doesn't look like he'll be going towards that Swain, but another AP mage in the top lane. Maybe he's hovering the Cho'Gath, and he's hovering the Kayle, and he's hovering the Swain, and it is going to be Swain 2 games in a row from Lucifer there in the top lane. Very interesting. And then lastly, to see what they will play in the support role. They are hovering the Syndra. It'll be interesting to see maybe the Seraphine is in the support role for Twisted Ascendant, as 2 of his champions have already been banned out.
Yeah, I'd really like to see if that Syndra pick does come in. It's going to be a really nice combination. The Seraphine with the Kai'Sa. Obviously, she's able to slow and then root with the double cast of her E, but also the charm with her ultimate as well means that you can see Kai'Sa coming in and getting her ultimate off very easily, especially if you're passing that ultimate, bouncing it through enemies and allies. You can see someone all the way in the backline, if it's that Vayne or that Veigar, and being able to dash onto them. Kai'Sa can probably look to assassinate someone immediately. And it's really a really nice rounded composition here for the side of Norfolk. I don't really see many weaknesses, but also on the other side, You've got Leona Vayne, very, very strong bot lane. That Vayne, if she's able to get some kills early, is going to be able to turbo scale. The Veigar infinite scaling as well with his stacks. And Zach with very, very solid engage. Hopefully we'll look to play around that bot side and let Zevos get a little bit more fed than they have been previously. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this one stacks up.
Yeah, I think this bot lane, will be really important this game. Vayne, who scales really well, is a really strong pick into the Gnar. Gnar has a really big problem into that Vayne just because of the mobility. But this Seraphine that is now going towards the bot lane, in the support role is really interesting. The Seraphine has so much range in that lane that Vayne will, really be having a big problem in that lane. The double ranged into the kind of short range of the Vayne and that melee champion Leona. If I was playing this lane, I'm not sure if I'd be having the happiest of times. But it is interesting to see Nicholas on this Syndra. This is a very stable pick. He is playing into the Veigar. They do kind of have similar ranges with their abilities. So it will be interesting to see how that lane plays out. It's actually Zach in the jungle. He's on the blue side this game. Just the strong really. But I think most Zach players would rather play on the red side. If they had the choice. Those bot lane ganks are a little bit easier, especially if your bot lane is being pushed in. But I'm sure Marine, he picked up a win yesterday. He can kind of maneuver around this game and try and figure something out.
Yeah, I'm really, really interested to see how this one goes. And the Veigar and the Syndra, I feel like this is going to be a really, really interesting matchup between these two. Both of them quite safe, are able to sit back and kind of farm the minions from behind their own waves and not really have to worry about stepping up. So I think it's going to be down to this Gragas and this Zac to come in and try and open up the mid lane a little bit. Steel Brothers may be looking to combo with Nicholas again, trying to open up this Syndra to look towards the top side on the bot side, get a few more roams off. But I'm also really interested in this top lane battle. We saw Lucifer playing the Swain, and I don't feel like he particularly played it bad. The Swain was quite strong, but there was so much pressure coming in from Steel Brothers on that Rek'Sai. And then you see Gnar supporting Otter. Now, Gnar's a really interesting pick for these guys to come in with. And I'd be really interested to see how this battle comes in between these two. How do you feel like they stack up against each other?
I think it'd be an interesting lane. I think Lucifer, as you said last game, had a really big problem getting into any of those fights. But Gnar will be able to kind of outrange the Swain in the lane. But Gnar does have the gank setup, and they do have that mixed damage type in the top jungle. So I mean, I actually think this lane may actually be Gnar favored. It'll be very interesting. If any of those W's lands, I think Swain may just get blown up, especially with the Gragas. I'd love to touch on what you said in the mid lane as well. This Syndra Veigar matchup is interesting, and I think as you said, maybe they can play safe in this lane, kind of use their abilities at max range. But if we learn anything from game one, Nicholas will not be doing that. He will be EQing as much as he can. And he does kind of have that safety, actually, against the Zac. Any kind of elastic slingshot coming in, I believe the E can actually cancel it out. So that'll be an interesting one. And I think even the Gragas can kind of knock you out of that ability. And it will be interesting to see as well. In the first game, they played that kind of double AD mid jungle duo of the Rek'Sai and the Kiana. But this game, it's the double AP. They're running the Syndra and the Gragas. So that mid jungle is really interesting again from East Norfolk Knights. Hopefully they can, for them, they can have a really strong performance again in this game too.
And as well as we're loading in, we can quickly take a look at the runes as well. We're going to see the Swain is opting for the Conquer again as opposed to the Electrocute. How do you feel like? So obviously, this Swain would prefer to team fight, has that healing as well. Do you feel like that's the optimal build for him, or would you like to see the Electrocute for a little bit more damage coming in?
I actually think I do like the Conqueror. I think the other option is actually the Grasp. I think the Electrocute is more seen in the support role where you're into much squishier matchups. But if they are just kind of heavily going towards the team fights, I think the Conqueror is definitely the option. But I kind of spoke about last game, kind of having an early game champion maybe for Marine or any of the lanes, and they definitely do not have that. Zac actually has a really big problem in this early game, and especially with we kind of set up this bot lane for Kai'Sa and Seraphine to kind of push in the short range of Vayne and the melee champion of the Leona. I think that again they may have a really big problem with kind of getting any lane prio to kind of contest for any objectives in the early game.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how this one goes between these guys, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the battle between them. Obviously, both teams immediately go into the jungle, looking to make sure that nobody is coming in for the invade, because honestly, these guys really need to get themselves sorted. These first few levels are essential, especially. But an interesting start for the Zac. No potions picked up from him, and double control wards instead.
Yeah, it looks like he will just be trying to kind of protect himself in this early game. He is running the Aftershock, but I must say I haven't seen too much Zac in this season, and that double control ward start, it really is interesting. In the first game, we saw Ming kind of going towards, an early ward to try and kind of scout out the enemy jungle, even though they weren't able to kind of use that information. That they got from that, as Nicholas already trading here towards Yokoshima, and I think an interesting rune choice there that I believe he is running the Scorch, so definitely trying to play aggressive in this lane.
Yeah, really looking to play quite aggressive, as we're going to see just how quickly the Zac is burning through his camps. Obviously, just a little bit faster than the Gragas. I thought he was started down on the red side. That's my apology, but see how this one stacks up. And obviously the main synergy that actually matters in this game is we're going to see the matching KDA skins coming in for the Seraphine and the Kai'Sa, and obviously the skinergy is more important than the actual team synergy. It's going to be a nice engage from the Leona, though. She is going to get the knockover onto the Seraphine. She's going to have to flash out of that one. The really nice amount of damage that when you get that proc of that true damage with the roll of the Vayne, the tumble, so much damage coming in from her, forces out the flash early, and that's going to really put the advantage here, as the Kai'Sa did need to burn her heal as well. Just the ignite coming in from Mingbok.
So I'll tell you what happened here. The biggest problem is that VX Gamerlord and the Seraphine from Twisted Descendant, they actually leashed in this lane, and with the Zac starting in the top lane, it meant that Zevos and Leona could actually get the early push, which meant that Leona got that early level 2, and in using that Zenith blade onto the Seraphine, has allowed them to actually get a lot of pressure in this lane. And I think the biggest problem, as you spoke about, is that they actually have the wrong skin setup. This is 2019 KDA Kai'Sa versus the 2020 Seraphine, so a bit of a disaster there, as there is a gank in the mid lane.
The gank into the mid lane, but really nice from Nicholas to hit that scatter the weak and knock back the Zac, preventing that knock up, as it does look like they are going to head for a gank on the top side to try and echo that one, but nothing found just yet. Both teams looking very, very solid to start with.
Yeah, supporting Otter, he is still got the same name, but not so supporting in this game. He will be pushing back Lucifer, as Ming going very deep here.
Yeah, Ming making a very, very aggressive play. That Zenith Blade is going to leave him very, very low, and luckily it is the Zac that's heading down. You'd be worried if it was the Gragas in that position. So much damage coming through, but really nice peel there from Twisted Descendant. That echo cast of the E is going to allow this Leona to get locked up, and so much damage coming in from Gamerlord on that Kai'Sa. We saw just how well they played in the previous round and allowed to play this Kai'Sa once again. And could that possibly even be the downfall?
Yeah, and both junglers kind of doing very similar to the first game. They're kind of pathing away from each other. The Zac path towards this bot lane. I think that this was more kind of induced from the Zac, who has a much weaker early game and can actually get counter jungled. So it is, Marine's showing his kind of proficiency on this champion, and even his confidence picking up the 2 control wards, not needing the early potions. So very interesting from him. But I do expect Steel Brothers once again to be, gank heavy. He is running a Predator in this game. He has already actually made one gank towards the top lane. They didn't blow a flash, but they did make Lucifer back base. There is a massive advantage there for supporting Otter on the Gnar, as that wave is being pushed under Lucifer's tower, and he gets a free base off.
Yeah, they are going to get that nice early base off, and it's going to be Zac heading down, looking maybe towards this drag orb this Syndra, who is very overextended. Really nice slingshot coming in as Nicholas doesn't have the scatter week available. Is going to get the link on there. Not going to be close enough to pull forward, but the Leona coming in with the Zenith Blade. Now it is Nicholas going to be the first one to fall. It is going to be Zach getting the first blood. Cage coming in for the Veigar, stopping this Gragas from being able to push this one in. Gragas coming, still looking to take this fight as the Gnar is going to get dashed on. Another Zenith Blade coming in. Slow comes in from Twisted Ascendant as he is back supporting Otto. Is going to get a pick over onto the other side. That's 1-for-1 so far. This is going to be Lucifer getting chased down. A really nice cage coming in from Yukishima, and that's going to lock that one up, preventing them taking out Lucifer. And 1-for-1. Picks going back and forth. Really, really nice play. Ooh. But it's not done. Supporting Otter comes in with the flash, takes out Lucifer. 2-for-1 coming in now. And that's going to be East Norfolk looking to take this one early. And another fight in the bot lane. But are they going to back out? It does look like the dust is going to settle. 2 kills to 1 so far. East Norfolk taking a slight gold lead. Zevos is going to find themselves caught out, though. It's going to be a nice stun coming in and a beautiful flash locking that one up. Really nice play there from Zevos, preventing those 2 people that were coming on. Mingbong was there towards the end, but really nice flash and a nice little bit of happy feet coming in.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem here was, that top lane matchup was a bit of a disaster after that early game, after that early gank, and supporting Otto was able to TP in after his base. Lucifer had a wave at his tower, so he found it hard to kind of get involved in that play as Nicholas kind of going in here. He has the ult.
Yeah, Nicholas looking to push this one in and does have the scatter the weak. Is going to get the stun and really nice ult coming in, and that's going to be a solo kill. And Zevos going to pop the heal, but Twisted Ascendant is going to find the pick. Those notes coming in, putting in the damage. It's going to be Steel Brothers locked up. Mingbong is going to get the pick over as well as Zach coming in, looking to push this one, trying to flip this one. Mingbong going to get the stun over, but it is going to be getting the pick over on that Kai'Sa. She's putting out so much damage. Space Marine isn't quite going to get there in time, isn't quite going to put out the damage needed. That Kai'Sa's so low, but Twisted Ascendant, really nice play on this Seraphine, and it is going to be just enough. 5 kills to 2. We went from having no kills. Regank coming in from Space Marine, and that's optimistic at best when you're going in by yourself, and that's going to be the passive popped.
Yeah, an overstep here from Marine. He does go into the passive, but Kai'Sa doesn't look like they'll be able to kill him under the tower, as he does go very low, actually. Nicholas on the roam here. But, 5 kills to 2 here, 2,000 gold advantage. And the biggest thing for East Norfolk Knights is a lot of this gold is getting onto the right people. Supporting Otto, who will be a big factor in these team fights. This Gnar is really strong. He has 2 kills. Kai'Sa with the 1 kill. Nicholas picked up a solo kill there in the mid lane, getting that gold and EXP for that. So things all on the up here for East Norfolk Knights. And similar to the first game, this is Ice Steel Brothers. With the early game aggression, he has 4 assists. He's been involved in nearly everything. 80% of all plays, and he does hit level 6 first on the Zac. I think the biggest problem here, as I said, all the gold is on the right people for East Norfolk, but for Colonel Cyphers, that 1-0-1 and the 1-2-1 for the Leona, both kills are onto the support and the jungle, who are kind of both playing tanks this game. It'd be interesting to see, if they can kind of get any support or jungle pickups for this first dragon. Is 8:40 into the game now, and that Ocean Dragon, that first dragon, hasn't actually gone anywhere. So it'd be interesting to see what happens here.
Yeah, really, those kills are not really on the right people for Colonel. You're going to see it's the, as you mentioned, it's going to be on their tanks so far. And really, you want to be looking to get the Veigar some kills early. You want to be looking to get the Vayne. She does have an assist, not a kill, though. But we're going to see Tears in the mid lane getting stacked up as well. Veigar going and getting one of them just a little bit earlier, so it's slightly further ahead. Syndra already at 100 stacks on that one. And we're going to see the Iron Spike whip picked up for the Gnar. I'd be interested. Are we expecting him to go with the Gore Drinker? Or are you expecting the?
Is it called Stride Breaker?
Stride Breaker. That was the one I was looking for. Name just escaped me.
Yeah, I'm not 100% familiar on those new top lane items as well. I think the Stride Breaker. I think the Nars that I've seen have kind of been going towards that, and I think it is a really strong item. I'm not 100% sure on the build path. I feel like that axe should kind of give it away, that half-bound axe. But again, not.
I believe that means it is going the Stride Breaker if it's the half-bound axe, I believe. But something I also want to highlight for you as well. Look at those deep wards. If you look down towards this blue side red buff, the game is going to go in with a pause. There's a couple of connection issues, as I do see in the chat. something quickly I want to mention. These deep wards on that blue side red buff. So Gragas knows that Zach is on this top side, as that was the fight that we're about to see. Something that is really gonna... You really want to know as a jungler, you really want to know where the enemy jungler is and where you are free to actually move around. Seeing that that buff is warded really gives you the indication. Obviously, the Zac is going to be on that top side, as we are going to get straight back into this one. Be interested to see if Gragas takes this fight.
Yeah, well,
No, he won't.
Doesn't look like he'll get a chance. Marine kind of a slingshot away. But yeah, as you said, as Mordred in this mid lane, Nicholas really having his way here onto the Veigar, as they may look to set up a dive actually. The brothers off on the side.
Yeah, Gragas is moving towards, is going to pop the Predator. The ultimate comes in. It's the wrong side of Yukishima. Is going to knock him away. And this body slam going to try and take him back towards safety. And some plates picked up in the mid lane.
Yeah, a nice try there. As Nicholas says, I'm not sure about that. I'll press my skill button. He presses R, and Veigar disappears. And you spoke about not too much missed, but that is plates now picked up, and the Veigar will be missing this mini wave as he flashes in here.
Yeah, coming in, Space Marine clearly looking to take this fight, clearly fancies himself in this one. Nicholas did get the Scatter of the Week off to prevent that knocking coming up, but the ultimate is going to come in as well, and this Swain is going to start heading down towards it. Not going to be enough. Steel Brothers picking up Space Marine, and that's a questionable play from the jungler coming in. Clearly fancied himself in that one, but it's not going to be quite enough.
I think I like to see the aggression from Marine there, but probably a bit of an overstep. In the first game, he had a problem with being invaded on, and maybe he's had enough. He tried to make some kind of a play there. As we see this top lane trading, it's so much in the favor for supporting Otter. But yeah, Nicholas, we spoke about it in the draft. This Scatter of the Week is a really nice answer into the Zac. You can kind of just knock them away. Let's look at this Lucifer in the 1v1 forced off his tower. Missing some minions to make experience, and Sporting Otter is able to pick up the plate. But yeah, that is 2 plates now picked up for Nicholas and Steel Brothers. This kind of mid-jungle duo have been playing so well this game. As this bot lane, we take a look at this now. Not too much going on down here. Both carries just kind of farming it out. So very, very interesting. But it is the East Norfolk Knights with the big advantage here in the early game.
Yeah, and obviously that control ward is going to spot out Space Marine on that buff as well. So Gragas can start pathing down towards that. The Syndra's going to move down into the river as well, maybe looking to pick this Zac up, as they are going to keep moving down. Obviously, it's going to still be a supporting officer up there, but this in-comes Space Marine is going to get body slam. As you said, it is going to be able to cancel that. Nicholas going to get a nice pick up there, and that's why these deep wards really matter. That's going to open up this Drake. Finally, 12.5 minutes into the game, this first Drake is going to get picked up.
Yeah, we're just going to speak about that. Your point with the control wards, it allows them to kind of track Marine. They see him on that ward. As Ming will kind of see this now, and they'll understand why he was seen and why that play was be able to made why they were able to make that play. But this first dragon being finished at 10 minutes. Look at this 3-level lead, supporting Otter. Trading there, Lucifer has to flash away. But yes, the 13 minutes into the game, the first dragon has been taken.
Yeah, this first Drake coming in nice and early, 30. Well, not nice and early at all. Sorry, really pretty late into it, 13 minutes in. We're at 2, maybe even 3 Drakes by this point in the last game. And we are going to see Steel Brothers coming in now. Is going to get the body slam over onto Ming Bomb, but is going to get locked up. In comes that ultimate. The charm is going to come over onto Ming Bomb. Is going to get locked up. It is going to be the proc of that Kaiser passive is going to come in. Yokoshima is going to have to TP into this bot side, but maybe slightly wasted as they're already backing off there, but the pressure is really what was needed to help elevate that and try and alleviate some of that pressure coming in on that bot side.
Yeah, and I think this is Yokoshima kind of losing more and more waves and plates there in the mid lane. Nicholas kind of 2v1ing in this lane and really having his way. Is he's really feeling himself. Look at this, dodging away.
Yeah, it's going to be Nicholas coming in, takes the 2v1, and he's going to get a pick out of it, destroying that Veigar. And this 4-1-on-1 Syndra is really going to start to look to take over this game now, and is even catching up to the stacks with the tier as well. So clearly, when you get this lead on the Syndra, she really starts to run away, and you've really got to look to try and shut her down. That's a big bounty available on her as well, 550.
Yeah, Nicholas kind of creating a lot of solo advantages here, really doing a good job. I think you said, as you said with the tier, it's interesting to see, as supporting maybe caught out here, dragged under the tower, but it looks like he'll be fine, has that 2-level lead. But yes, this Syndra already has so much gold, and it looks like they'll be going towards the Leandries this game. When they hit that Seraphs, that's a massive spike of AP, as they will get the first tower here, I think, in the mid lane, which is a big influx of gold as well. But, Nicholas, you definitely won't be going anywhere. He'll be scaling into this game as well. He'll be really strong, as we may see a solo kill here in the top lane.
Ooh,
Too easy.
Supporting Otter once again comes in with that Mega Gnar form and is going to take out this Swain. Clearly, Swain is a bit of a comfort pick, but it's not really going to do enough. And we're going to see Nicholas clearly feeling himself. We're going to pick up that Dark Seal. I'd like to see that turn into a Medjai's and really look to try and press this advantage that they got. This is Gregor's going to come in with the Predator. The Flash Body Slammer is going to come in. The ultimate isn't going to be enough. Going to knock the Vayne the wrong way. And they are going to have to turn around, try and look for Ming Bong. And Zevos is going to put the heal. Is it going to be enough? It's going to get locked up even with the Flash. Steel Brothers is going to have to use that Body Slam to get away. And they're not going to find any picks. They let the Leona walk out of that one. And maybe a slight misplay coming in there from East Norfolk.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that, VX Gamer Lord, he didn't use that R to get forward. I'm pretty sure there was CC onto Zevos, but Zevos is able to escape with his life. They do escape, both of them. There's no kills goes down, but, this is massive mini wave here at the tower. It is even a cannon wave, and I think the VX Gamer Lord will pick up another wave and finish off this tower. I think the biggest thing in that fight as well is that I believe that the on-call there from Twisted Descender on the Seraphine wasn't up and available, which really would have turned that fight around. But look at this. Nicholas, he has so much pressure there in the mid lane, and he is moving into the enemy jungle, getting deep vision by himself, and kind of creating pressure down towards this bot lane. Zevos and Ming kind of struggling to kind of walk up to this tower and collect the wave.
Yeah, they are going to have to start looking to maybe fight as a team now. It's definitely looking like laning phases over. You're going to see mid turret gone, bot turret gone for the side of Conel. And really, you've got to try and look to shut down the Syndra, look to shut down this Gnar. Massive gold bounties available on both of them. These junglers are really putting in the work so far. So you see Gregor's 1-1-6 out of the 10 kills. He's been in 7 of them, and the Zach's been in both of the 2 kills for Conel. As we're going to see, mentioning the junglers fight coming in, as Steel Brothers is going to get locked up back and forth. But there's a beautiful Seraphine coming in, locking them up. Steel Brothers is going to fall to Yokoshima, but Zevos is going to be the next one to die. It is going to be Nicholas, and you're going to see Gamerlord as well picking 1 up a piece. You trade 2 for 1 there, and you're more than happy with that one.
I think this gold lead is even bigger than the first one. The gold lead in the first game, they are so far ahead in this game. They have 3 winning lanes. Gnar is kind of solo pushing in the top lane. He has a 3-level advantage there onto Lucifer. Really strong laning out of him. Nicholas, the same deal. He has that completeless Leandries, and he's gone towards the Ionian boots. A very strong boot choice in this season. And look at this, Kaiser Seraphine pushing the mid wave, the mid tier 2 on their own. That just shows how strong they are. As this second dragon, the mountain dragon, will respawn. We will have a second, a different Ocean Soul this game, as there is more trading into the jungle. Gamer Lord trying to take away this red buff. In that first game we did see a 25-minute soul. It is going to be very different this game. It will be much later on into the game, even with the same kind of gold lead here from East Norfolk Knights.
Yeah, and really, you've got to look as well for the East Norfolk Knights. You're going to see in this top side supporting Otto on the Gnar 3, or now only just a 2-level lead. But also, you have to worry about the amount of pressure that he's able to put in, as Nicholas is going to get dived upon, Scatter the Weak to prevent that one, going to get stunned by Zevos. But even though you're walking into a 1v4 situation, Nicholas is just going to keep going forward, clearly having faith in his team to catch up before they actually fight.
I think this has been a little bit of the story of the game. Nicholas kind of 1v1, 1v2, 1v3 there in the mid lane, and he's kind of transitioning that into the bot lane. He is really absorbing so much pressure and still getting lane advantages. If he wants to base, that tier is finished, then he can kind of pick up that Seraphs straight away here. As he, actually he doesn't have quite enough gold for it. He picks up the needlessly large rod, which will give him, not as much AP, but still a good darn amount of it. So Nicholas with another really strong performance. But for Kona Cyphers, you touched on it briefly. These bounties on supporting Otter and Nicholas, and there is even one there for Gamerlord now, will be really important if they want to kind of get back into this game. There have only been 2 dragons taken, so there is that option for them.
Yeah, and really, I think that needlessly large rod that Nicholas has picked up is going to be towards that that Seraph's Embrace. It does have the fully stacked tier. Just going to need the Amp Tome, and he's going to be able to pick that one up. Kai'Sa looking, it looks like, towards the Nash's Tooth here. You're going to see Blasting Wand and Recurve both picked up for her. And really not someone that we've really had a lot of focus on is this Kai'Sa, but it's going to be Nog looking to go in. The ultimate is going to be popped, and it's going to be Swain getting the shutdown, really needing that one, and it is going to be a beautiful bit of team CC. Nicholas is probably going to get themselves caught out here as well. Scatter the Weak does come in, but it isn't going to be enough as the Xenoblade does come in, and the CC lock is going to be popped as well. It's going to be Swain picking up both of those massive bounties as well. Steric Gauge picked up from the Gnar as he did die, but really that's going to bring the Swain back into it. So much gold shut down from both of them.
We have 2.5k gold now onto the Swain. He will be able to pick up that first mythic as he's basing now. But I think, in my opinion, if you were looking at those shutdowns, you kind of would prefer them on the Vayne onto the Veigar. These guys will scale so far, so much into the game. And if they're accelerated at all with any kind of shutdown, I think they would have had maybe a bit more fun. But it is really good to kind of minimize this gold lead a little bit. This Inferno Dragon is kind of the next big thing is spawning in this game, and they will be a bit stronger for when that spawns.
Yeah, this is Zach moving down towards the bot side. Going to get a really nice knock-up as it's going to be Zevos coming in now. There's going to be so much damage coming in. That true damage final shot. Charm is going to come in from Trent. Twisted Assistant. There is not going to be enough. Zevos is going to get that pick now, and it's just going to be the Kai'Sa that they are going to look to chase here. It's going to be a really nice Eclipse coming in. It's going to be the shutdown going over to the Zac. Really well played here, and really Konoha are looking to fight this one. They're not looking to admit that this one's done, despite the gold lead that was on the other side, despite being down Drakes, despite being down turrets. Really, when they come together and they're starting to fight as a team, they're really starting to be able to get these picks, and that's really wanting to flip this one, take this fight to them, and look to bring themselves back into the series.
I absolutely love this kind of team play here from Kona Cyphers. They've identified the kind of the targets on the enemy team with the shutdowns, and they know that that's their way back into the game, especially before the Dragons, where they don't have to think about where they need to be on the map. They can kind of make these plays onto the kind of isolated targets of the enemy team. So they do a really good job, getting these shutdowns and kind of finding their way back into the game.
Yeah, really, you want to be. I'm really confused as to why these teams are playing around the bot side. Something we've just seen mentioned by one of the other admins. Baron's been up for for a couple of minutes now, and both these teams are still fighting around bot side. The Drag's not up for another minute, and everyone's looking at this bot side. Clearly, they're looking to take maybe the blue tier 2 bot turret, but really they want to be looking at these big objectives. Baron is going to be a big one. They were able to push in these turrets. You see mid tier 2 is already down, the bot lane tier 2 is nearly gone, and Gnar can definitely push in at that top tier 2, but both these teams still looking to fight around bot side.
Yeah, I think I kind of agree with it, actually. I think this Baron is the much more riskier play, and kind of snowballing these Dragons, just especially being so strong in this game. I think the Dragons is kind of the way forward. 15 seconds until this spawns, and they're kind of playing towards this bot side, making sure they have all the vision control they need, making sure that it's Kona Cyphers that can actually find their way into this game. And I think it doesn't even look like they're going to fight it. We see Zevos on the Vayne is actually on the top side. He was looking to catch that top wave. As this Dragon does spawn, I expect to see a big fight.
Yeah, big fight stacking up, and they are going to have to clear out this vision still. Steel Brothers is going to take that one. They're going to start the Dragon. I'm surprised they're not looking to pull this one out at all, but they are burning through at a startling pace. So much damage, and that's going to be the Infernal picked up here for East Norfolk.
Yeah, and I think now is definitely when they can kind of transition their vision onto the top side of the map, and they can look to kind of get rid of the enemy team's vision and take this Baron as fast as they can. You know, this Kai'Sa will absolutely tear through this dragon, this Baron, sorry, with a passive, and it looks like they may even like look to start it right now. They will clear out this pink, and look, Seraphine starts up the Baron, and Counter are still in their base.
Yeah, they are going to have to really run to this one, as we're going to see the Seraphine ult every ult available for both teams. So I'm expecting a big fight, even if they are going to take this Baron immediately. I'm expecting something big from either side. It is going to be the Leona dropping that Eclipse first, but it's not going to really do anything, as we are going to see them burn through this one. Now they're going to look to turn and fight. The Mega Knight is going to be popped in immediately. Going to look to get onto this Zac. The Zac isn't quite going to be able to get out. The passive is popped, and I imagine all of those pieces are going to be destroyed. Down goes the Zac, and this is looking like the beginning of the end now. The Baron is being taken. They're one dragon away from Soul, and they're going to look to walk this one in down mid.
Yeah, we see Norfolk Knights transitioning that goal lead into a dragon and the Baron. They still haven't based. It looks like Nicholas will go back to base now. I think they do need to reset before they try and make any kind of push here. But, you know, a massive goal lead, 3 dragons and a Baron. I really think that they can kind of do a lot of damage with this Baron and maybe even close out the game.
Yeah, we're going to see that Seraph's Embrace picked up for the Syndra. We're going to see Gragas picking up his Zhonya's as well, so allow him to play a little bit more aggressive, go into stasis, and allow his team to catch up. So really, the items are going to be optimized for Norfolk. They still have this gold advantage. They're still ahead by 8k, but it's this Baron that's really should swing it in their favor. They can just walk it in down these lanes now. You're going to see Gnar splitting down the top lane. You're going to see Syndra looking to farm in the bot lane. Kai'Sa's on her way back from spawn. And Seraphine just holding the wave in mid lane. They should really look to just walk this one in. They have the advantage. And really, before this Vayne can start to scale, look, she does have that Immortal Shield bow. She does have the Rage Blade, and she has the Zerka Greaves. And she's really going to start to look scary now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, he is actually on like the same items as the Kai'Sa here. You know, they're both on 2 items. I'm not 100% sure if the Kai'Sa has all 3 evolutions, but it'd be pretty cool if she does. I can have a quick look. It looks like she does. She has all 3 evolutions with these 2 items, so you know, Kai'Sa is really strong in this game. We see Nicholas on the bot lane kind of pushing in this wave with the Baron, and this tower will go down. It looks like they're going to play, you know, play off 2 lanes here. They've supporting Arthur is kind of based, and he's running it down mid lane to kind of be with his team. I like the kind of, you talked about the itemization a little bit, as you know, the Scat of the Week lands here onto Vayne. The ultimate doesn't come out, but you know, the Zhonya's, as they will look to fight actually.
Yeah, Minbong is going to play very aggressive with that Zenith Blade, and is going to get locked up with the Gragas being pulled back in. Zevos is going to get that pick there, and despite the fact that they're so far behind, well, they're not as far behind, but they are still pretty far behind in this game.
Far behind,
really
yeah.
looking to defend with their lives here. Still looking at like a 9k gold lead. And so much damage coming in. That Kai'Sa Evolved Q is able to do so much. The Mega Knight is going to come in now. The knockback into everyone, and the Seraphine ult does come in. That's beautiful charm, but Zevos is going to get the pick over onto Gnar. Gnar is going to be the first one to fall, but Zevos is going to get picked over by Gamerlord now. Minbong is going to get the pick onto the Kai'Sa as well. So it's going to be the Swain flashing with that ult and dragging everyone back in, looking to split this damage. And Nicholas and Twisted Ascendant are going to run with their lives. They have the shielding from that Seraphine and the healing from the Moonstone. But really, that's definitely going to go the way of Cornell. You managed to get the Baron off so many people at that Baron buff, empowering those minions. And the Seraphine is going to have to back and just narrowly escaping with her life.
Yeah, this is a massive overstep here from East Norfolk. I think they're still going to be really strong in this game. But, you know, I think the biggest thing that's up next is this Infernal. But, you know, Colonel Cypher's picking up some shutdowns, just getting some more gold, some kills. You know, Veigar has now just picked up his Seraph's Embrace. This is a massive AP spike for the Veigar. So this last big team fight, this probably last hurrah for Colonel Cyphers here at the Infernal Dragon, as we see Marine kind of like trying to get some vision down, clear enemy vision before this dragon spawns in 5 seconds time.
Yeah, the dragon is coming up, and they're going to look to, as you said, clear out this vision, prevent anyone from coming in. Going to be a nice little slow and stun over onto the Leona, but obviously they can't engage on to that one, but it's going to really be East Norfolk that are set up for this one a little bit more, or have a little bit more of a better position here. Mingbong is going to have to flash away from that one as the Syndra ultimate comes in. Not quite enough to burn up, but it was so close. In comes the damage. It's not going to be enough for the steal as the Infernal Soul is picked up. Nicholas is going to take out Space Marine, and really that's looking towards the end. They're going to try and walk this one down. That mid turret is going to be the target, as they are going to try and end this one. This Infernal Soul, with that extra damage that you can get, is really going to be the big one, as they are headed towards Zevos now. Going to get the stun locked up, and is Gamerlord going to be able to get in on that one? Not quite, as the stun does come in. It's beautiful from Yokoshima, and also on this Leona Mingbong as well. They're going to get themselves 2 picks there, and even playing into the Infernal Soul, the flash body slam does come in onto the Gragas, but it's not enough. Lucifer's going to take that one as well. You're going to see Nicholas taking out that mid turret in exchange, but when you're giving up 3 lives for it, I'm not sure that's worth it.
Yeah, this is a massive overstep again as the Zonius comes out, and I think Nicholas will be caught out as well. That is 4 kills over to Konal's Cyphers. Even though they have the Inferno Dragon onto East Norfolk, this is a massive overstep. The Dragon actually spawns in 20 seconds. That means Nicholas will be down for this. He has 40 seconds on that death timer. This is, I thought this game was done and dusted with all 4 Dragons gone. The Infernal Soul picked up. But it's Konal's Cyphers finding their way back into this game. Veigar and Vayne scales extremely well. Have East Norfolk Knights kind of thrown their lead a little bit too much.
Yeah, I think Konal will just a ticking time bomb at this point. When you're playing into a Vayne and a Veigar, they just have a point where it just clicks and they're no longer going to die. They're going to one-shot you before you even realize what's happened. And now they're going to have to look to try and steal this Baron without their jungler. It's going to be an interesting one to say the least, but it's going to see Konal actually just walking away. They're not looking to give up their lives because that mid lane turret is down. The inhibitor is open and they still need to play on the defensive.
Yeah, I think, but picking up. Oh, they didn't pick up the Baron. Oh God, I'm sorry. But yeah, I think the thing is, there is still a big advantage. There is still a gold advantage, and they do have that in all four dragons. So they are definitely still in this game. It's not like they're being completely outscaled. They have the Kai'Sa, they have the Syndra. They will just need to make sure they're fighting as all 5, and they kind of can win out in these team fights. But I think the thing is they were so far ahead, and they have now actually made it hard for themselves. Will Konal Cyphers be able to take this to game 3?
Yeah, I really think if they keep playing the way that they're playing, they definitely will come in with that and be able to bring it back to a game 3. Despite being down an Infernal Soul, they're really starting to claw these kills back. It's only 16-14 on the side of Norfolk, but they still have such a gold lead. You're looking at about 7k. Now, 6 turrets being taken from Norfolk and none on this side of Konal. So they really have to try and they have to find something to try and open this one. Kai'Sa's going to pick up the Rage Blade, and that's going to be a massive one for her, especially with this Kraken Slayer combo.
Yeah, and I think we just want to be clear that East Norfolk are actually still kind of favored in this game. They have the tower advantage, which means the map is so open for them. Kai'Sa and East Norfolk have a really easy way into this Baron. I think they will start it up very soon. But for me at least, I really thought this game was done and dusted for East Norfolk. But Konal Cyphers have found their way into it and at least given themselves a chance.
It's a really nice echo cast coming in from that Seraphine, but it's not going to find 2 reads, but not able to capitalize on that one. And it is going to be supporting onto getting locked up by that Veigar cage. Both teams just posturing in the minute, looking for an opening, waiting for one of the other teams to make a mistake that they can then capitalize on. Seraphine with the double cast is not going to be enough, as it is going to be this Veigar cage is beautiful and it locks up 2 immediately. They are going to be taken out. The Seraphine is going to be the second one to fall following that. Gragas, a nice little pullback from Swain on those CC targets. But they're still not looking to go in. They're in a 5v3 situation. And that's going to be the flash engage coming in now. The Zenith Blade is going to lock up the Nara, and it's a beautiful cage coming in. Going to be 2 people locked up. Really nice play there from the Zac to pull everyone in. Is going to pop his passive. Mingbong gap is going to fall, but it's not really going to matter. Lucifer taken so low. This Syndra pumping out so much damage. That Void Staff, the Medjais as well, and it's going to be a nice stopwatch to save his own life there. So, Swain really looking to bring himself back into this one now.
Yeah, and I think it just shows like how far ahead they still are. You know, Nicholas is kind of like 1v5 there in that team fight. You know, it just shows how strong he is in this game. Level 17, the highest level in this game by far. But yeah, again, the overstep. Ice Steel Brothers, you know, I spoke about his smart itemization with the Zhonya's, but I think he's died like 3 or 4 times in a row now, and he hasn't even been able to get it off. So, you know, I think they're going to have to try and find some smarter engages. You know, this Baron is still up, but Elder Dragon spawns in 45 seconds in this game. I think that's even bigger than even bigger than the Baron, sorry. And I think whichever team picks that up will really win this game because Elder Dragon is just that OP.
Yeah, you can look around this river though, and you see the amount of vision that Norfolk do have there. They are going to look to try and open this one up, and they really don't want to give up any space if they can. It's going to be Norfolk walking down towards this Elder Dragon is up in just over 10 seconds, and Nar still on the top side. He does have his TP available if he needs it, but you're giving up a lot of position when you're playing in this 5v4.
Yeah, and we see Nicholas kind of in the bot lane right now, trying to clear out that wave. He is walking into a pink ward right now. He is on vision, as it is Kona Cypher's kind of starting off this dragon. I think if they want to do it, they got to start it right now and burst it as fast as they can. We see supporting Otto building up that rage bar in the top lane, as they know that they are on a flank here with the wave in the bot lane, which will be really hard to enter. I think you know, it's been really good from Colonel Cyphers to kind of get back into this game, but you know, if East Norfolk are able to pick up this Elder Dragon, it will be a disaster. As the massive Scatter of the Week.
Scatter of the Week comes in, and that's going to be a massive Seraphine ult coming in. Really nice Greg Assault as well, knocking everyone back into their team. It's going to be a double kill for this Kai'Sa. Gragas is going to finally pop that Zhonya's Hourglass, and the Swain is as well, but he is going to pay for it with his life. Beautiful play coming in from Norfolk, and they're going to have the chance to burn through this Elder Dragon and look to end the game. If I was them, you'd immediately head up, and you've got to look at that Baron.
I think they can end the game here. There's 40 seconds death timers on the Swain. I think they'll just run out mid. They have the Elder Dragon. You cannot fight a team with Elder Dragon. I don't think that they're going to need this Baron. I don't think they needed it in the first game, and they're not going to need it in the second game. And I think that is a team we can see from East Norfolk Knights, who have been playing really well. If they're able to end the game here, that will be 2 wins without needing the Baron buff, as they are onto the Nexus house now.
Yeah, nice Scatter of the Week coming in again from Nicholas, just trying to prevent this engage from the Leona. She did get a nice little slow off with her ultimate, and in comes the Zag, but once again scattered again, and in they go. Nara's going to pop that Mega Gnar form and going to get the stun over onto the Vayne, and that's going to spell game end right there. Swain is going to fall, the Nexus is open, and that's the game. Well played, but a clean 2-0 from East Norfolk.
It is a 2-0. I'm not sure about clean. You know, that last game probably went on much longer than they thought it would, but they do pick up the 2-0 here. So well done to East Norfolk. They will be moving on to the finals tomorrow.
I didn't sweat there at all with my 10,000 points on the line. Oh my god, what a roller coaster of a game that was. I thought it was, like you said plenty of times, Sunny, I thought like East Norfolk was running away with the game. Minute 15, minute 20, I was expecting the game to end. And then Conal Cypher slowly pulled it back, and people in the chat were really starting to get behind him. Everyone seemed to be getting riled up, and we were expecting a game 3 there. But I'm looking at you, Joe. What do you think happened with East Norfolk in that mid game?
In the mid game, I feel like I think they were feeling just a little bit too much. They had that advantage, they had the lead, and they were still playing so split. We saw the Gnar staying pretty much topside the entire game, and Nicholas still walking down the mid lane. And then you saw that Cornell, they were just grouping up as a team, and they were taking 5v3s, 5v2s, and they were getting picks every time. There is just maybe a hint of complacency coming in from East Norfolk. They had so much of an advantage, so much of a gold lead, but then they refused to fight as a team. And as soon as we saw them actually take that team fight, though, they brought it to the Colonel, and they ended up taking the game. Maybe should have even done that 10-15 minutes earlier, though.
We asked for a more entertaining game, and at least they gave us that, I suppose. We asked for it, and they offered it. But maybe that's something they should look forward to, especially going into tomorrow's game. Sati, the opponent team, whoever they will face, they might be looking at the mistakes they did and maybe abuse that for tomorrow. Do you think there's, like, a 1 day, not even break, just a 1 day for the team to maybe sort some of those mistakes out before the final tomorrow?
I think so. As long as they kind of decide on a way to close out the game, especially if they're that far ahead, they should be looking to close out the game as quickly as possible. So if they've decided that they'll go towards the dragons, and they kind of make sure they're just going towards those, and Baron at 20 minutes, they really were that far ahead. So I think I'm not sure if there is a coach, but if the coach, they'll say, don't get complacent, make sure you end these games as quickly as possible, because that actually really was close at the end. That got to Elder Dragon, and that Elder Dragon kind of is a way back into the game for teams that are so far behind, because that passive really is that strong.
Fantastic. And who, Sati, you tell me first, your MVP for game 2 or the whole series? Who was it for you?
I think for game 2, and then probably for the whole series, it will be Nicholas. Nicholas really was fantastic in that game 1. I know I said about Steel Brothers taking my game 1 MVP, but in this game 2, even though they were so far behind, he kind of was the most consistent player for the whole game, and he landed some really important scatter weeks. That was doing a lot of damage into the later stages of the game, kind of knocking away the Zac from their carries. So for me, it has to be Nicholas on this Syndra in game 2, and probably for the whole series.
What about you, Joe? We saw Nicholas starting off hot again in game 2. I think he was 5-1 and 6 at one point. I was like, okay, he's mortal. He died once, and then he died a few more times, made a few mistakes. But would you still say he's your MVP for the series?
For the series, yes, but for just this singular game, I've got to look at supporting Otter on that, playing on that top side. So strong and taking those engages. He had a 3-level lead over his opposition laner at one point, but for the entire series, I think it would be a bit of a disservice to Nicholas not to give it to him. Played so well, putting out so much damage on that Kiana and that Syndra towards the late game. We saw just what a single Q was doing. But yeah, really got to give a little bit of credit to supporting Otter as well, playing in this top lane.
Absolutely. I think that's all for the first semi-final we have, ladies and gentlemen. The East Norfolk Knights are officially your first finalists of the League of Legends All Star Showdown, and they will be playing in a best of 5 tomorrow at 1 p.m. As for us right now, we will be taking a short break to get ready for the second semi-final. I want to thank the Conal Cyphers for being part of the tournament. They are in a 3rd to 4th place. They lost in the semifinals, but a great showing. They made some very entertaining games. Thank you from all 3 of us, as we will resume after a short break.
find myself. Can't find myself. Can't find myself. Can't find myself. Can't find myself. Go. Yeah.
A bit of luxury stats. Archibald taken down a half.
Killer Instinct going right into the backline. Featherstorm comes through, locking down Ice Steel Brothers and Gamerlord now in a tricky situation, flashing forward, trying to get onto Archibald, but just can't do it. The package is here as well. Gamerlord gets shut down. Archibald back in, throws out the feathers, and that is a clean ace for the side of Northampton College Dodos. Run is fan, run. Well, here comes in Live Wire. That's the death ray coming through. Steel Brothers will fall. Teleporting from supporting Otter. Forced to crunch his way out to safety. CC down onto Live Wire. That's the setup that you were talking about. In Johnny Crystal Arrow, Nicholas will be able to survive. The turnaround for East Norfolk Knights. And the Celestial expansion will shred through Northampton College Dodo. Cyber joining the fray, and there comes the engage right onto Nicholas, and that's the shutdown courtesy of the Shockwave. The ultimate in from Asakiti. Is it enough? Twisted Ascendant surely will fall. It's a 3v2. Make that a 2v2. Livewire will fall. Triple kill going the way of Steel Brothers. Awakiti on the run. Can he stay alive? The barrel roll. The quadra kill. And Northampton Dodos put up a valiant fight. They gave it everything at the end.
Oh, Yokoshima nearly walked over that one. I saw that. Oh, they're all...
Oh, that is an engage and a half. The attract and repel. The magnet storm. The box will do nothing. Ming will fall as well. Drop your mastery now, son.
They don't have a slow Baron by any means, but I think AGSB know this is going on. They're running straight over there, making a beeline. It's going to be close. The Baron hits 5,000. 2 they have to commit.
Windseeker will come in. There is the engaged Magnet Storm. Killer Instinct in as well. And Cornell Cyphers will be ripped to shreds. AGSB say thank you very much for the Baron Leash. They only have to do another 3,000 damage. Or maybe even go for some healing reduction.
I think Infinity Edge is the way forwards. Healing reduction not too concerned about when your damage is able to just plow through an enemy team. Spesmarine gets the smite steal.
But look at Shibos, big with the wild growth, just firing out the autos with the rapid fire cannon. Vilify will get taken down. Lemon Curd next. The Tangle Barbs are connected. It is only Minodazaki Sana who is still alive. The zap in, and that is the ace from the side of Colonel Cyphers. GG is a 5v5 for AGSB. Not feeling confident enough to go in. The Pop Blossom in onto 2 members. The Baby Cage, Givos is onto a killing spree. The autos are flying. Double, triple, quadra kill coming in. Givos for the Penta. Cornell Cyphers take the game and they secure it in the best way imaginable. 5v5.
Red potion in for Zivos. They will be healing a lot more than in previous fights, even with no dedicated lifesteal. 5,000 on the Elder Dragon. We have to see a move.
Not going to be able to connect. Stretching strike, the elastic slingshot in the Magnet Storm. That is a huge Pop Blossom, but look at the bullet time shredding through Cornell Cyphers. Vilify steps forward. Mashibos able to find a triple kill. Now can look for Henry. Flashing forward, looking for the quadra, but Minotazaki into the death room. That's the quadra kill. The Penta. Minotazaki needs to be huge, but no. So close. Minotazaki.
Kermit Crab, who's not been a hermit in this game, they've been all over the map. As we've got Pooplord moving on to Korean Billy. They can't quite get their ult off in time. They're going to try and trade with Bamboo if they can. But across the wall comes the Malphite, not quite in time. Kermit Crab is gone. Hex Animal's the only damage left on the team. But Pooplord is so incredibly tanky. That's the Triforce for you. Hex Animal is killed. Put down the triple kill for the Triforce user and the Drake as well for Hills Road.
That was a 5 for nothing, and they get the dragon. A massive team fight here for Hills Road.
You know they will take every fight they get a chance to go for. Bamboo goes under the tower. Talk about aggression. Korean Billy is put up immediately in the fight, and that means that all the damage is gone. TP coming in. Kalos can't do anything, I think. He does manage to get the face breaker and brings back the rest of the squad. Poplord under the tower. As Hex Animal being chased down by Dark Dragon. Dark Dragon driven away. As Minibloke will take the 1v1. Hex Animal gets the kill anyway. But it's under the tower is the rest of Hill Road. Saloon is trying to step into the carry role against 4, but they have not had the best of games so far, and the ace itself is not Shockwave. Will buy some space, and Chatty almost gets away with the ult, stopping the attempt, gets the kill round the side. He's shy with the isolation damage. There's the stun onto the Orn. Exeter College just rip, tear, and throw them in the bin. The hot shots get shut out of the game almost. Only 4 kills to 19. The goal lead is ludicrous. These inhibitors are gone. A Little Prince can only stand by the Nexus towers and watch it happen. X-Cole go in once again. The Fiddlestick trying to catch up the rest of the squad. Godslayer going to fall down. For the hot shots, this is their chance. Stopping the attempt, comes back out from under the tower, but it's too damn strong. Little Prince is still in the mix, misses the ult. What a heartbreaker. This means that Shy Cruel Pain is back into the mix once again. Picks up another kill, still stays alive. There's a shutdown for Genre. Little Prince takes the 1v1 fight though, and you know that only goes one way. The double kill will stop any attempt. It's a blood.
Welcome back to the League of Legends All Star Showdown semi-final number 2. I am joined by none other than the lovely Joe and Sati, and we are excited for the second semi-final we have on our hands between Exeter College and my personal favorites and the team I'm cheering for, Hills Road College. Joe, Sati, what do you think we can expect from this second semi-final?
I'm expecting a really, really solid game between these guys, and I'm really looking at the jungle from looking at their previous games. Their junglers really like to combo up with these solo lanes, and I'm really looking forward to seeing those combinations come out throughout this series.
What about you, Sati? Do you think you got the pleasure of casting both of these teams the other day? What can you tell us about the style matchup between these two?
Well, as you said, yeah, I was casting these two teams on Tuesday, both of them with a quick 2-0. I think it is Hills Road playing towards the top lane, Pop Lord, as we named him, playing really strong on these top laners, playing the Volibear and the Wukong, really strong performances. But Exeter College, I think, you know, over the Monday and the Tuesday, this team really, really stood out to me. Stop any attempts, Strike or Pain. These guys playing extremely high mechanical champions and really pulling them off. So I'll be looking at these two today, the mid-jungle duo, to kind of pull off a win if Exeter College are able to make their way to the finals.
We can take a quick look at the bracket and see the teams they played, because Sati just briefly mentioned them right now. So we saw Hills Road to take FCOT Legends in a 2-0, and then Exeter College with a similar result against the Heckmond White Hotshots. We must say Exeter College looked spectacularly the first quarterfinal. They were on a completely different level, and from what I've seen in the quarterfinals, they look like the best team out of all 8 in the quarterfinals. Would you agree with that, Sati?
Yeah, definitely. Exeter College were like pretty monstrous. They completely destroyed their first game, and when they moved into the second game, they played definitely not troll champions because they showed their like proficiency on them, but they played a much harder team comp with like things like the Z jungle, the Warwick top, and the Yasuo in the mid lane. It was I can't leave out the Timo bot lane. Let's be honest. They played some really crazy stuff. So they've shown that they can play really well as a team. They have really strong macro, and I expect them to kind of pull on those things today to get them the win.
But Joe, on the other side, we have Hills Road, and for those of you at home who don't know this, Hills Road is actually the previous season's champion for British Esports. So they started a bit shaky in the first game in the quarterfinals, but then after the questionable early game, the mid game, late game, and then game 2, they were on a steamroll. They just showed why they're like the champions, why they were looking to defend their title. So the game we have on our hands might as well be a final, looking at the form from Exeter College and the history from Hills Road.
Yeah, really going to be a really strong battle between these two. Hills Road looking really dominant in their first round matchup as well. It's really interesting to see that we've seen two teams that came on a reverse sweep into this round to then now these two teams with clean 2-0s. Well, we say clean, you said the early game a little bit shaky, but hopefully Hills Road can come back and really put on a showcase for this final game of today.
One of the things we looked at, and I think you mentioned just now, Joe, you said the top lane for one of the teams. But I'm asking you, Sati, what do you think will be the dynamic of the players in the drafts coming into the semifinal?
I think there will be lots of bans towards, especially the mid lane. I spoke about stop any attempt. And apparently you can kind of like ban those champions towards Shaco or Pain as well. The mid lane Z ended up going towards the jungle, so it's very interesting to see. So I think the kind of the mid lane champions will be banned away in today's game.
Absolutely, and like I said before, for the first 2 games of the day in our first matchup, everyone at home, all the 1,300 people watching and supporting your teams, you will be able to predict the team you're supporting after the draft phase will commence, and actually, after the draft phase will finish. We're just a few minutes of starting the second semifinal and getting everything underway, but we saw a quick 2-0, and I can't help but beg for a 3-game second semifinal. Joe, do you think is there something we can hope for?
Yeah, I'm kind of expecting the 3-game series here out of these guys, and expecting these games to go quite long as well. Both teams really looking to put on a showcase here, and really looking again at these matchups we said about the top side, the jungler, and the mid lane, these solo lanes and the jungle as well, and how they combine should really be kind of the telltale looking at this series. And I expect a lot of bans to go that way, and the bot lane to kind of be left alone a little bit and kind of left to their own devices. For once, top lane won't be the island, but instead the bot lane.
Just before we jump into the draft, which is almost underway, quick predictions. Just throw a name at me. Sati, you go first.
Exeter College 2-0.
Joe?
Hills Road 2-1.
I'm going with Hills Road 2-1. Take it away, boys. The draft is underway. Everyone at home, let's enjoy the second semifinal of the League of Legends All Star Showdown.
Yeah, 2 early bans thrown out, and it's going to be the Hecarim and the Camille. I've seen this Camille being played by Poplord really, really well, and quite dominant in his ranked games, so clearly something that has been scouted out previously, and they want to take off the field immediately.
Yeah, Poplord having a monstrous performance on Tuesday, and this Camille, he didn't get it at all. It was banned in both games, but he pulled out other things and performed just as well. We see the Cassidin taken away from Deadly Bamboo. He was kind of playing these AP scaling champions in the mid lane. Both the Cassidin and the Vladimir were the champions that he played when he picked up his wins. The Tristana taken away from Fax Machine. He played a really strong bot lane Tristana, and kind of got lots of advantages there, getting 2v2 kills there, as well as the Xayah taken away from him. So some really strong bans taken away in this first rotation, and it'll be interesting to see what Hills Road pick up on blue side.
Yeah, the Xayah coming in, as well as the Tristana, clearly these bans being targeted at the bot lane, as the Kai'Sa is the last one to come in. Really, out of all the bans that you expect to come in for the bot lane, the Kai'Sa is definitely one of them, but the Tristana and the Xayah are kind of the outliers there. You expect to maybe see the Jhin, the Samira, those sort of picks coming in. Maybe even the Aphelios as well, as we are going to see Vayne and Vladimir being picked up as our first 2 picks of the game, with Red side looking to pick up their second lane.
Yeah, so Mint Bloke, who is a bit of a Vayne one trick, I think he'll be very happy to see that go through the ban phase, and he's able to play that this game. The Vladimir taken away from Deadly Bamboo, as they wanted to first pick the Vayne, as I said, that's that really strong AP champion that Deadly Bamboo played. So we're gonna have to see something new from him, and it's interesting to see Fact Machine going towards that Jhin. Yesterday we saw him on that Tristana, which is a really aggressive champion in the lane, and the second game we saw him on that Teemo. So it's interesting to see him pull out the Jhin here.
Yeah, the Jhin really one of the ones that we expect to see. It's not really been banned by any of the teams that we've seen today, but being picked up in this game, and we'll see whether it's going to be a regret coming from Hills Road to leave that one open, and it's going to be Poplord probably going to be able to get that volley bear once again, as Vi's picked up for Dark Dragon. That means that I'm going to assume that volley bear is staying topside with the Vi going into the jungle.
Yeah, that Vi is Dark Dragon's one of his main 2 champions. He's plays a lot of Vi and a lot of Kayn, so I'm sure he'll be very happy to see again that go through, and he's able to pick up that champion. Poplord had a fantastic game in the first day on Tuesday. In his first game playing that Volibear, he got a solo kill onto the Malphite under the tower. Volibear really doesn't care about those towers, so I'm sure he'll be very happy to see that go through, and he can play that. As his Camille was taken away, but he has this champion pool of the Camille, the Volibear, and also the Wukong. So really well done there. As we see it will be the Leona picked up on the other side as more bans are now coming through.
Yeah, the Leona being picked up to combo with this Jhin is a really solid combination here, but the Lulu band, that's a really good one to take out for the Vayne. You really don't want her to be having all of these shields, all this bonus attack speed she gets from the Ardent, as well as the Seraphine is going to be the last ban for Exeter College, and just waiting on this last ban as Kha'Zix was taken out. Still looking for a jungler on this Exeter College side. Hills Road, maybe even looking at another jungler as you're expecting. There we go, the Rengar to be taken out once again.
Yeah, Shy Pain was, one of the two big carries on this Exeter College team. They played so well yesterday. In that first game they played the Kha'Zix and the Victor, and they were just so strong. So to see that Kha'Zix taken away is no big surprise. And the Rengar, another similar carry champion. I believe at least that stopping intent will be on this Vladimir in the mid lane. It'll be interesting to see if he goes towards anything on that red 5 pick. As we do see Shark Pain going towards the Kayn, it's very interesting. He played the Kha'Zix actually into the Kayn on Tuesday, and this is a much less, a lesser aggressive champion in the early game. He'll be looking to farm up, get some early stack towards his passive, and then try and fight when he has his transformation.
Yeah, Kayn being picked up as well, and looking at this team, probably going to assume that he's going to go and pick the Rust form as opposed to the Shadow Assassin. Give a bit more of the bruiser tanky side to this team, as we're going to see Galio picked up. We assume that's probably going to go combo with the Vayne, as Orianna is going to be this last pick. Hovered, which of course would be our mid laner.
Yeah, this team comp that Hills Road are putting together is really fantastic. They have the ball delivery from the Vi. Once Vi's in there, you have the Galio ult coming down and the Ori ult as well. So a really, really strong team fight from those three, the jungle support and mid lane, with strong carries from the top and the AD carry role. I think on the other side though, the Vladimir pool and the Vladimir AoE damage can really be a hard thing to deal with. As we see the Ahri hover, which would mean that this Vladimir is going towards the top lane. Very interesting to see that stop any attempt will be on the Ahri this game. He played the Victor and the Yasuo, as I said yesterday. He must obviously feel like this Orianna lane is a good one. He can get good advantages in the mid lane.
Yeah, I took a quick look at stop any attempts, checking that OPGG, and Ahri being played a little bit in ranked, so clearly been practicing this champion, feeling a bit more confident on it in comparison. But looking at these two drafts, as we do see that this voting has gone live with your channel points, you can go ahead and make a prediction. Suti, what are you feeling looking at these teams? Who do you think has the advantage looking at the draft?
Oh, I think that Hills Road most likely have the easier to execute comp. They're gonna have a very obvious game plan that they want a team fight. With those three champions that I outlined, the Orianna, the Vi, and the Galio. It's kind of a telegraph combo, but that can be a bit of a problem, especially trying to dive onto a Vladimir or a Jhin. It can be quite hard. Jhin quite likes champions coming on top of him, because he can place his traps and kind of get away and use that ult to kind of self-peel himself. But I think the biggest thing is this Vladimir. If this Vladimir has any kind of advantages, and he's strong in these later team fights, he will do really well. I think I will go for Hills Road if I were to kind of put predictions for the draft. But I still believe that Exeter College were the stronger team from Tuesday, and I expect them to win this off pure skill.
Yeah, so you've really given the mechanics advantage to Exeter, but the draft diff coming in for Hills Road. I'm kind of with you, but I don't even know if the mechanics are going to be able to outplay this. You've got a very, very strong plan here. Obviously, you mentioned about the Orianna. She's able to give those shields to the Vi with her ball as well. If she goes in and then is able to shockwave everyone together, you combine that with maybe the Volley Bear jumping on top of everyone. You've got the Galio ult as well for the shield. Like, that's a lot of CC and a lot of damage that's able to come in very, very quickly. And other than the Leona and the Kayn, if he does go rest, everyone else is not really gonna be able to eat a lot of those shots. The Ahri's gonna be very squishy, the Jin's gonna be very squishy. If Vladimir has already used his pool as well, he's gonna be taken out. So I really think the draft being in the favor of Hills Road is actually gonna give them the advantage. And to the degree that they're not even going to be able to get out mechanics by Exeter.
Yeah, and I think like kind of the biggest thing to talk about now is this Vladimir I spoke about being a really big component in this team fight, but how strong will they be when it gets there? Poplord showed yesterday that he was really strong on this Volibear, especially in lane. And this Volibear Vladimir matchup sounds very one-sided to me. This Volibear is really strong in the early levels, so and even Kane, even if he passes towards the top side, is Volibear just going to 2v1 them? Kane is really not that strong in the early game, so it'll be interesting to see how the Doctor then in the top lane kind of handles this Volibear and how he navigates this lane.
Yeah, I feel like if the Volibear is able to get the advantage there and take out this Vladimir, the game may be done before it's even started.
Yeah.
You've really got to try and play towards the top side. Kane's going to have to look to try and make sure that this Vi isn't heading up there and opening up this lane for him. The Orianna obviously going to be able to play so safe, sit so far back behind her wave even, and just take things out with the use of the command attack on the ball. And then this bot lane matchup, the Galio and Vayne into Leona and Jhin. I'm really not sure who has the advantage looking at those two bot lane matchups, and I feel like it could go either way, and the one slight mistake could open up the whole game.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a skill matchup. I think the Vayne, if they're able to kind of land any kind of good condemn onto the Leona, I think that they kind of win. They can win that 2v2. I think that the Galio has kind of more poke, but I think the biggest thing is that the Jhin has much more range in this lane. If Jhin is able to land, especially that full shot and any kind of Q poke onto the Vayne, I think Vayne will kind of have a problem. I'm not sure if you guys can see it yet, but I can start to tell you some of the summoners. It is interesting to see that Label on this Galio will be running the heal in this game. We normally see like something like the Ignite coming out from a Galio support, so it's interesting to see that they've gone towards that. As well as the Vayne this game going towards that cleanse. I really like that, as playing into the Leona is really hard, especially without that cleanse. So I think advantage with the summoners, the is definitely going towards the Leona and the Jhin with the heal and the Ignite.
Yeah, something that we're not seeing as much from Jhin, though, is running this fleet footwork. You've seen quite often him running the Dark Harvest, at least in the ranked games and occasionally at the pro level as well. What advantage does having the fleet footwork give over the Dark Harvest?
Well, I'm actually a big fan of the fleet footwork. This is something that Reckless kind of runs every game. You kind of run the fleet footwork, and then you run Celerity and Nimbus Cloak in secondary on Sorcery. But I think the biggest thing is you kind of have more sustain. You can kind of trade into bigger minion waves, and you kind of not worry too much about trading into there. And this build also gives you much more movement speed. If you're having to dodge away from things like the Orianna Ball, run away from the Volibear, or even get out of the Galio W, I think this rune setup can really help you.
And with everyone on the side of Exeter College running down this mid lane, you are expecting a possible invade coming from these guys down towards this blue side red buff. And would be interesting to see if they do manage to pull something off. Both teams in the previous game playing a little bit safer in their matches. But they are just going to back this one out. They're not going to go for the invade by the looks of it.
Yeah, and this is something that we saw from Exeter College yesterday. They were the first team to kind of do it in our games. They kind of invaded, and it was stop any attempt getting that early first blood, which I think really snowballed the game for them. Kind of snowballed it out of control a little bit. So I think it looks like Hills Road kind of learned from that yesterday, and they kind of they set up some early vision, and they're able to kind of not die to any of those invades.
Yeah, the invade is staved off and not able to open anything up. And it's going to be Kane looking to start without the leash. He can start on his Raptors because he can burn through that fairly quickly with that Reaping Slash. But Vi is going to need just a little bit of help, and kind of gives this Jhin Leona a little bit of an advantage. Going to get to that minion wave first and could possibly look to shove them in nice and early.
Yeah, and I think Vi will be spotted on this red ward by the Raptor Pit when they go towards their top side. So it will be interesting to see how Shycore Payne kind of uses this this information that he gets from that ward. The Vi actually already used their sweeper on the red buff because they thought they had warded over the wall. So it will be interesting to see how Shycore Payne uses this. He was a really strong player yesterday and showed some really strong macro. So I expect him to utilize this, to maybe invade on the Krugs respawn, or even just to make sure that they can get that bot lane, that bot side reverse Scuttlecrab.
Yeah, really gonna try and give this advantage. If they can allow their Kane to path down to this bot side for when that Scuttle Crab comes up and they've got the advantage in that lane, could be really good for them. But well, let's see how this one stacks up. No one really making any moves currently. Everyone just playing the lanes as they should. An interesting start from the Vladimir. Seeing him go with the Dark Seal into the Volley Bear. Not something that I would have looked to have seen, as the Kane is going to come in nice and early on the Volley Bear, cutting out a lot of damage, but there's going to be so much damage from the volley. The flash from the Kane is going to get the first blood, and nice little charm from the Ari in the mid lane, not able to pick anything up there. But early kill over onto the Volley Bear, and we said about the Vladimir needing to have this pressure relieved by the Kane, and if the Kane can get the early kill as well, that's going to be absolutely massive.
Yeah, this is a 3 topside camps into top lane gank here from Shark or Pain on the Kane here. So I don't think Poplord was really expecting that. I think he was expecting the gank much later if he started on bot side, or you know, him pathing towards that or pathing towards the bot side. As we see them fighting over the top scuttle here, Orianna will be there first.
Yeah, Orianna is going to get there first, and this is Kane putting out a lot of damage. The shielding is going to go over onto Vi as the Ari is going to flash in, but it's not going to quite be enough. The Kane is going to have to go into the wall to try and get himself up, but it is going to be the Vi falling to the Ari, but the Ari is going to die as well. Poplord getting a nice kill over on the other side for himself, as there is a nice, very, very strong trade in the bot lane, and Deadly Bamboo is going to keep chasing this Kane. Going to go all the way back to the very spot. The flash from the Orianna, but he's going to get juked out by the Kane, unfortunately, and it's going to be kills going both ways, 2-1 so far.
This was a really big step up from Shaikor Pain. You know, a bit of a mistake here, trying to fight for that top lane scuttle. The Volibear still had their TP from that play to kind of get back to the lane, as you know, or Poplord with a massive trade there. And Vladimir didn't really have, you know, any time to base and get back, and didn't really get the assistance to kind of push out the wave. So Volibear also had the first move from the top lane. I think I would have rather to see Shaikor Pain after that top lane gank kind of base and then go down to the bot side, get that bot scuttle and clear his bot side camps, and you know, and from that you know, they are able to pick up a kill onto the Volibear, which is, you know, really annoying for the Vladimir as we set up that you know, this is going to be a hard lane for the Vladimir into this Volibear.
Yeah, pretty even in this bot lane. Just 2 CS in it, and that's really not a lot considering the wave state at the minute. And this is kind of what I said. The bot lane is going to be almost the island in this one. The top lane is really the focus of this matchup, this Volibear and the Vladimir. And this Volibear trying to keep the Vladimir at bay, not giving them the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about it though as well. You know, the Vladimir will be a really strong, really important part of this team comp for Exeter College. You know, if they're not too far behind, like, you know, there already is a 10 CS lead there. You know, so if he is, you know, not too far behind and can be a part of this team fights, you know, being you know, high value to his team, I think this Vladimir will be really important. They have base, they still have that TP. It is interesting to see that Vladimir is actually running the Ghost this game. You know, they're running the Ghost and the TP as well as the Phase Rush, so they will be very speedy in the late game.
Yeah, in this mid lane matchup as well, not really seeing a lot coming out from them. The Orianna did manage to back and get herself a tier, and also a Dark Seal as well. So that's going to be 2 Dark Seals on the board, 1 on either side. And really, as far as I'm aware, they did actually remove the previous passive, which gave you that the more effectiveness of the potions on the Dark Seal when they added all these item update changes. So the Dark Seal, clearly both laners are looking to just push their advantages as best they can. But just the 1 stack on this top side, as it is going to be the first drag coming in at 6 minutes, Kane's going to get that one nice and early.
Yeah, you know, this is really important. You know, we expect Exeter College to kind of scale stronger into this game, so it is really important for them to kind of pick up this first dragon. It kind of denies the kind of quick snowball away from Hills Road, as it looks like Poplord is looking for a big trade here. Level 5 to level 6 though.
Yeah, the pool is going to come in from the Vladimir, but that so much damage coming in from that Volibear E. Did go charging in, but as we said, that pool is going to be the massive thing for the Vladimir. Dodging that CC is really going to be the name of the game for this Vladimir.
Yeah, that's an interesting adaptation that Doctor has made into this lane. We didn't see him doing that earlier, and he's kind of learned from those trades. and I think these trades may get easier and easier as the game goes on. We see the E not landing, but still loads of damage going on to that Vladimir.
Yeah, that CC is really going to be where Volibear can start to do the damage, and that W as well, really chunking them out and able to heal himself off it as well. But these trades coming in so strong, but you can see as well, looking at the map, you see the Ari and the Kane moving their way topside. And Pop Lord has to run. He does have a ward there, but is he going to get dove? And he is. The ult comes in and he takes out the Kane. So he trades 1-for-1 on that one. The Ari is going to get the kill there and give herself a nice little bounty.
Yeah, we see that Deadly Bamboo doesn't follow the roam. He is collecting plates in the mid lane, but I think this is a kind of a win. Stop any attempt kind of picks up a bounty there from Poplord, who had got 2 kills after that first death and has advantage inside of that lane. But I think the biggest thing is you're kind of relieving the pressure off the Vladimir, and the Kane is kind of getting some stacks towards his passive, which is really important. We are getting to have a little look at this bot lane. We see Jhin has a bit of an advantage with mostly due to that range advantage he has. But all is quiet in the bot lane. It was just Shackle Pain using the bot lane advantage to kind of get that first dragon, and then moving over to help him take that.
Yeah, it's going to be the Kane looking maybe down towards this bot side. I think he's just going to go for the scuttle, but this Jhin with the range advantage that he has is just going to sit back and farm and not even worry. This is I'm going to say an interesting build path for the Vladimir in the top. 2 Fiendish Codexes. Not sure what they go into.
Yeah, as he may be caught out here. The Vi is here as well.
Yeah, Pop Lord is going to come in as well, and that's going to be a big stun coming in, as well as that damage from that E, the shielding as well, and the flash coming in. Pop Lord is going to get the kill there, but in comes the Zenith Blade. Now that's a big engage onto this Vayne as well. She is going to pop her ultimate as well, and it's going to be so many picks coming in back and forth. But that 4th shot from the Jhin doing so much damage, going to get himself a kill onto the Vi. Onto the Vayne, and that's going to be Deadly Bamboo winning that 1v1 against the Kane as well. We're now up to 4-4 as the Herald is dropped in the top lane. Nearly every plate has been taken. So close to cleaning that one up, but the Vladimir is going to have to TP back into that to prevent this turret from being taken.
Yeah, we see plays happening on both sides of the map. The Jhin and Leona picking up a kill in the 2v2. Fact Machine, doing similar things to what he did in Game 1 on Tuesday. But there was that kill onto the Vladimir. We spoke about it. Vladimir has the ghost. He doesn't have flash, so it's very hard to run away. Especially that pool doesn't really give you too much distance. They just have to dodge some things. Dark Dragon though, his ult, he did use it even though it didn't go off, and you can see him pinging it in the chat. He actually did go on cooldown, as well as Pop Lord having to use his flash to get that kill.
Really nice play coming in from this Ari, the charm and the flashing of the mastery, but this Orianna is most likely dead as in comes the Umbral Trespass, and down you go. Really nice combination coming in from this mid-jungle duo.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of skirmishing from Shackle Pain, and we see a 10 minutes. He's already had that transformation. Once again, we see a Kane going towards Rast. We maybe could have touched upon that earlier, because he does have that Conqueror. But it is really important for him to kind of get that transformation as early as he could. So it's good to see him able to do that. He has 2 components already moving towards that Core Drinker, which will make him really, really strong.
Yeah, that Gore Drink is really going to be the big spike for the Kane when he does manage to get that one. But this Rast form that he's taken, allowing him to be so much more tankier when you don't really... you have the Leona, but your top side's normally where you look to see your tanks, and this Vladimir's really not going to be tanky.
Yeah, as you see the curtain call come out, I expect this dragon to go towards the side of Hills Road. They have the member advantage. Vladimir and Ari will be late. Oh, as he steals it!
Really nice steal coming in from the Kane. He's probably going to pay for it with his life, but he is actually going to get... Jhin is going to get pick over onto the volley, but the Orianna is going to find 2 there. The Ari's going to chase down, pick off the Vi. Nice little double kill coming in from her, and the Galio is going to clean up onto this Jhin. In comes the Vlad now, looking to chase this one down, try and find some kills on the way out. Label not able to escape there, as the Vlad's going to find 1, make that 2, taking out the bot lane.
and really started to bring themselves into this one now, Exeter College, and beautiful drag steal coming in from Kane.
This is a massive win for Exeter College. They get, there may even be another kill. This would be all 5 kills for them. Stop any attempt, gets the solo kill onto Oriana. I thought that play was going to be a disaster by the Dragon. I thought it was just going to be a quick Dragon take for Hills Road. But you know, the steal coming out from Shackle Payne, he flashes in, he has the E, he has the Q, and he's able to steal it away. Yeah, as I said, all 5 kills. I thought Vladimir and Ari were going to be like way too late to this play, but they ended up getting a 5 for 3, I think. Even the 3 for 3, the 4 for 3 was going to be advantage, but you know, the solo kill at the end of it was really, really important. And you know, they have 2 dragons now. You know, this is so important for them. We said it many times, but they scale so well in this game, and now they have both dragons in this game already.
And Poplar coming in very, very aggressive. Doctor is literally right under his turret, but these quick trades that he's able to get off do so much damage. He's going to start to poke down this Vladimir, and now that they've got a bounty, but it's a big engage with the Zenith Blade now. It's going to be the Leona locked up from that Eclipse coming in from the Leona. It's not going to quite be enough, and they are going to have to back out of that one, but very, very aggressive from every single lane. But this Vladimir is he's gonna have to play a lot more careful when he's got that bounty and allowing this volley bear to try and come back into this one.
Yeah, we see Dark Dragon coming in for something now. He is on a ward though. I think that oh, look at that Q damage already.
And that's a big flash coming in, and Vi is going to get that shutdown. Zenith Blade coming in, but the Condemn comes in from the Bane as well as the bot side. Fight is going to really start to open up now. The Kane is going to put out a lot of damage, but the Vi is going to fall. The Kane is going to clean up with a beautiful little double kill, and Jin is going to look to try and get some plates. Oriana is heading down towards the bot side as Ari's too busy fighting in the top lane. Poplord is going to take that turret out. That's the first one to fall. Oriana is going to back out of that one. A big flash coming in. Beautiful play coming in as the Vi is going to claim that 400 gold bounty. And there's Ari possibly overstepping there as they're going to see in comes this Oriana. She's going to try and take out the Jin. The Jin is going to have to flash for it, though. The Kane looking to try and dive her under this turret, putting out a lot of damage so far. In comes the Umbral Trespass. In comes the Galio as well to try and get the knockup. And it's going to be a lot of damage coming in. This Kane is still playing under the turret, but is going to die for it. 150 gold heading over to the Galio, but gets himself a pick for it on the way out.
Yeah, sadly that shutdown does go the way of the Galio, but you know, for Hills Road, that's 2 shutdowns going the way of them. You know, you spoke about it just beforehand. Actually, you know, it was the Vladimir had that shutdown. You know, we thought you needed to play a little bit more careful, sorry, but he does go down in that top lane play, and then it is a overstep from Stop Any Attempt as he does try to make a 2v1 play, and he does get killed himself as well. And in the meantime, Oriana does come to this bot lane, gets a 1-for-1. I think the next thing will be this Dragon here. 1 minute 24 on this Dragon again. This game really did accelerate really fast. Both teams kind of fighting a lot now. 50 minutes in and we already have a bunch of kills.
Yeah, so many kills coming in. We're going to see 11 to 13 at 15 minutes in. And we've still got another minute on the drag as Vi is going to come flying into that one, trying to take out this Leon. Obviously, getting that extra armor and magic resist on her E is going to be nice and strong for her, but she's going to look to try and clear out some vision, try and look to open this one up a little bit. Still got 45 seconds on the drag, but they're all posturing, getting ready for this one.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing is that, you know, will Vladimir get to any kind of mythic item? You know, for this Dragon, it's 40 seconds away. He does have the TP, so if he wanted to clear this wave from base, he would be able to do so. But, you know, this Dragon is really important for the game. I really could not tell you what Vladimir is building. This is 2019, 2020 Vladimir build. You know, the car boot sale kind of items coming out, lots of different things here. It's just a lot of cooldown reduction mainly. But it kind of looks like they won't really fight for this. It looks like they're trading for the top tower and the Rift Herald, and they will give away this Cloud Dragon.
Yeah, giving over the one Cloud Dragon isn't really going to be a massive issue, as Kane is going to drop down that Rift Herald and may even actually get down to the Dragon in time to fight for this one. We've already seen him steal one Dragon, and maybe look for another. Poplord is going to hide in this bush as Kane is going to come running down. He's going to get stunned up, blocked by the Galio wins as well. And in comes Poplord with the ult. Not going to be enough as he is going to be taken out by the Jhin. He's going to be stopping attempt on the Ari, taking out the Vi as well. So the jungler is down for this smite. The Vi is going to find the Leona, and Galio is going to fall as well as the Vayne. So there's going to be so much damage coming back in. Kane is going to clean this one up. Managed to trade for that top side, the Drag and the Herald. Beautiful play as they're looking to take this inhibitor turret in the top lane with this Rift Herald available.
This is a disaster for Hills Road. They lose on all sides of the map. The Vladimir, he had the TP, but he didn't even want a TP in. He got 2 towers on the top wave. I don't think that Herald crashed, but they will get a tower on the bot wave, as well as that Cloud Dragon. 4 kills. This is all coming up Exeter College as they have a massive team fight win.
Yeah, really, really well played from Exeter College so far. And I guess you're going to be proving me wrong so far. We said about them out-mechanicking the draft execution coming in from Hills Road, and really they're starting to put this on display. And the team fights are not really going the way of Hills Road, despite having the advantages that they do. The volley ult combining with the Oriole and the Galio as well, but it's just not coming off at the minute.
Yeah, and I've said twice in a row now, both these dragons, you know, I said, oh, it looks like Exeter, you know, won't really be going towards this one. They'll just trade on the other side of the map. And Shackle Payne saying, actually, I think I'll just do both, actually. I'll take the Rift Herald, I'll drop it top, and I'll fight for the dragon anyway. So it turns out you actually can't count out Exeter College. You know, they will contest for everything, and it looks like they are winning at all points of the map.
Yeah, this Cloud Soul is going to be available from the take just 3.5 minutes away. A 5k gold lead on the side of Exeter College as well. They're really starting to run away with this one.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is though that they are snowballing this dragon, but it is a Cloud Dragon. You know, this is probably the weakest of the dragons. It is good to have the extra cooldown reduction, and then the movement speed when you ult. But you know, if this was an ocean dragon, or maybe even like an infernal, or even a mountain, you know, you would be much more worried about giving away this 4th dragon. You know, this game isn't completely out of control for Hills Road. They are definitely still in this game and still fighting.
Yeah, definitely still within reach for Hills Road, but they're gonna have to start doing something about it, because this top lane being pushed in so far, and they're just leaving this Vladimir to farm. And he's gone for the Rabadons first. It's an interesting build, to say the least.
Yeah, I think you know, in this season, most people would say to go towards the mythic item straight away. But you know, Vladimir does have really nice AP scalings, so he's kind of just got the raw AP from Rabadons. Even though he's not utilizing the passive very well, you know, it is still a lot of AP, and he does have a lot of cooldown reduction with the 2 Phoenix Codex. And you know, and to be honest, I actually really don't know what he'll go towards. I haven't seen too much Vladimir this season. I think Deadly Bamboo yesterday was playing with the Rift Maker there on the Vladimir in the mid lane. So, you know, when he eventually builds one of those mythic items, it'll be interesting to see what he goes with. And it looks like there's a 20-minute Baron happening right now.
Yeah, as soon as it spawned, the Kane is already there, and you're gonna see Poplord coming in so aggressive. He's gonna try and ult away, but Real Fax Machine gonna clean that one up on this Jhin, that Collector, executing this volley there. And as you said, this is gonna be a 20-minute Baron.
This is extremely interesting though, because you know, on paper, Exeter College, they really don't have a very fast Baron. You know, Jhin only has 4 bullets at a time. He does not clear it very fast. Vladimir, you know, again, he has kind of AoE damage with his E and his R. So it's interesting to see them do this. It's a really clever play actually, and they get an even bigger gold swing, 1.5k gold from that Baron. And let's see how they use this. I'm not sure if they'll be able to close the game off it, but you know, with the Cloud Dragon coming up in 1 minute and 20, they'll definitely be able to score that with this Baron.
Yeah, there really will be, and going to probably see this Vladimir push this one in even further, as he is going to play so aggressive. The Oriana ult is going to come in, and she is going to have to going to try and run away from that one. Going to pop her barrier to keep herself up as the Vladimir was chasing her down, but still not looking at any mythics for the Vladimir, as we are going to see possibly looking at a fight on the bot side now, as the whole of Exeter College, bar this Vladimir, looking to push into this blue side red jungle.
Yeah, Doctor on this Vladimir does, you know, use that ghost in the top lane for that trade, but he does still have the TP up, and it looks like he's, you know, giving up that top wave, and he will be moving down to join his team in the bot lane as the Sono Eclipse comes out onto Vi.
Yeah, Solar Eclipse comes into Vi, and she is going to get locked up by that Zenith Blade as well. Coming in, and the Kane is going to get yet another pick as well. Doing so well in this game and really starting to snowball this lead. You're going to see shutdowns available on the Kane, the Ari, and the Jhin as this bot side turret is going to fall.
Yeah, that's already one tower gone there in the bot lane. Jhin picking that one up as it stopped any attempt trying to get a kill there onto the Vayne. Vayne is very low and will have to base here, and it looks like the mid tower will be open up, especially with the curtain call coming out.
Yeah, the curtain call coming in, and the Vayne is going to be able to escape from that one just outside of the range. But that mid inhib turret is going to go, and maybe even the inhib as well. Poplord looking to try and push this one in, but is it going to be enough? In comes a stun onto the Kane, and in comes the Galio ult as well. The knock up, and down he goes. Umbral Trespass comes out, but is it going to be enough? Down goes the Leona of SS Master, and it does look like Kane's actually going to be able to escape. He's going to dash away with that Q, but it's not going to be enough. 250 gold going over, but whilst this is all going on, Cloud Soul claimed over for Exeter College.
Yeah, they kind of make two separate plays here. I think they really feel like they're just that far ahead that they can kind of 2v4, 2v5. But Hills Rose say, this game is still reasonably close. I think it's crazy to see that they're kind of goal lead. I honestly thought this game felt quite close. But as you said, yeah, that Cloud Soul is now being picked up. That Elder Dragon will be spawning in 5 minutes, 5.5 minutes time. So it'll be interesting to see if the game even lasts that long. That Baron will expire quite soon. Vladimir will go back to base most likely after these Krugs. They picked up the Medjais for that team fight, and they haven't actually got any stacks on it. I think they died after it because they did actually start with the Dark Seal. So it will be interesting. We've said this a few times. What is he going to go towards as this mythic item? And it doesn't even look like he's going towards it anytime soon.
Yeah, really, it doesn't really be looking for that mythic at the minute, but really got to look at these junglers as he's going to see this Vi trying to chase down that Leona. Look at the kill participation once again. We mentioned it in the previous game. This Vi, 9 out of 14. The Kane as well, 14 out of 19. So many kills contributed from these guys, and the Kane as well has a lot of the kills himself, and that's why he's so strong at the minute. He has the Gore Drinker, has the Sterex as well, and is just going to keep looking to push this advantage as he's going to start walking down the mid lane, trying to just kind of claim the whole of this blue side's red jungle just for themselves.
Yeah, we saw Doctor pushing in that top wave, the RE pushing out this bot wave, and Vladimir will escort the minions into the base, which means that they will be trying to play for this bot tower. With a 4v4 and Vladimir does have his teleport, it'll be interesting to see if they do try and fight here, and it looks like Leona wants to.
Yeah, the Leona is going to come in with that Zenith Blade and is going to put out so much damage, but is going to fall. You're going to see the Umbral Trespass coming in for the Kane, but he's going to get knocked up, CC'd, and down he goes. Label with the nice knock up there on the Galio. Doing so well to clean that one up, but Jhin is going to try and push this one in by himself. He's in a 1v2 situation, but so much damage coming out from him. The false shot comes in and executes Label with that collector as well. Down goes Oriana as well, and he's going to keep going. He's going to keep going. He's not going to get enough damage from that one, and that's going to be a big shutdown given over to that Vayne for free. She's just going to be able to walk that one out, but are they going to even trade the top turret for it as well?
But once again, this is actually a 4v5. Doctor does not seem very willing to use his TP down into these team fights. He wants to just kind of push in the side lane. But, it looks like it doesn't matter for Exeter College. Exeter College are actually winning these team fights 4v5 anyway. They have now opened up one inhibitor in the mid lane. The second one will go down in the bot lane, and that top lane tower has gone. Baron will spawn in 40 seconds, and I think once... especially Jhin respawns, they will look to go towards that, especially with the bot inhib down. It's you have those bot lane super minions kind of crashing in all the time. Someone has to clear those minions.
Yeah, someone's going to have to stay down that side, and also with the mid lane as well. That's 2 inhibs already taken down and another inhib open. Someone can go and take that one out. That's going to be a full siege, and when you're looking at this Baron coming up in just about 15 seconds now, that's going to be pretty worrying now if you are on the side of Hills Road. But you're going to have so much farm available to you with obviously all these lanes pushing into you. But is it going to be enough? You've got Vayne, she's got Shield Bow, she's got her Rage Blade as well, building Zeal, so probably looking at maybe a Runan's Rapid Fire, something like that, as there is going to be You're going to see Exeter College starting at this Baron and burning through it considerably faster than last time.
Yeah, well, they're very far ahead now in the game. So I mean, I like to talk about the items, but with the Baron, especially with the Vayne only does single target damage. Clearing these Baron minions will be almost impossible. So it will be interesting to see, if they are able to kind of withstand this final push. But I do think Exeter College can kind of win the game off this Baron. The Elder Dragon is spawning in 1 minute 30, but I don't even think Exeter College are going to go towards it. They're going to try and kill this top lane inhib, and that will be all all 3 inhibs down. Sorry, and it'll be very hard for Hills Road to kind of clear all the minions, and they can kind of get the Elder Dragon. I do agree with you though. With all these minions coming in, they do get a lot of farm.
Yeah, it's a lot of farm, but it may be too little too late. You see, this Jhin is going to be so strong, that IE, Gale Force, Collector, and Rapid Fire Cannon. And that's going to be that last inhib open. Doctor getting very aggressive, as they are going to redestroy that mid inhibitor. You've got 45 seconds on the Elder. Are they going to wait it out? I don't think they will, not with these Baron super minions walking into the base. Down goes one turret. In comes Kane for the initiation as well. This Reaping Slash coming in, Humble Trespass as well, but it's not going to be enough. Down goes the Nexus, and there's the end of the game, I believe, because we are frozen up once again. Yeah, it's going to be Exeter College taking this one with a pretty commanding game, and I guess you're right. They were able to out-mechanic the draft that was set up from Hills Road.
Yeah, and I think that skill difference really kind of did show up, because Hills Road did have the setup on those objectives. They had the 4v5s at the Dragons, but the kind of out execution in these team fights really was a big deal here. And again, sorry you couldn't see the kind of end of the game there, but I think it might have just been Jhin killing everyone and the Nexus exploding.
What a performance from both teams. I would say probably one of the closest games we had the pleasure of casting. Hillstorm was doing quite well early on in like the very early stages of the game, but I think it kind of all went downhill from, no pun intended, for Hills Road when that second dragon fight took place. They gave away an objective top, and then they just got steamrolled in a 4v5. Do you think that was just something like they were a bit late to the dragon? They just should not have taken that fight maybe there, Joe?
I'm really not sure what happened. It seemed to be that they were trading over that the Rift Herald on the top turret to give over that first Cloud Drag. Obviously, the Cloud Dragon, just a slight cooldown reduction on your ultimate. It's not one of the most important ones. You can give those up. But for some reason, Hills Road just not capitalizing on that and realizing that the jungler was free. And Exeter College just walk in and take it, and honestly, you've got to give props to Exeter College. They saw the openings, they took them, and they really showed that throughout the series. Really well played from them.
Do you think it was more a case of rotations and good in-game calling, or do you think it was also a lot of out-skill from individual play, Sati?
It looked like a lot of out mechanics to me, because Hills Road did actually kind of contest those objectives, and they contested them as 5. They were always there on time. But Exeter College kind of had the setup. It was kind of really hard to walk into that Jhin, especially with the traps on the ultimate, and that Jhin really had quite strong lane advantages. So they were really strong in those fights. And I think that Dragon still kind of like set the pace of the game. I think once Exeter kind of got so far ahead on the Dragons, Hills Road felt very pressured to kind of speed the game up as best they can, because that Vladimir was a bit of a ticking time bomb.
Yeah, exactly. And then we saw Poplar do some very uncharacteristic mistakes. He was trying to initiate in a 1v4 at one point, and he just got instantly killed off. I think it was in the top jungle, and then it just they kept on rolling down the hill, again, no pun intended. But you predicted a 2-0 Sati. Do you think Hills Road has any chance of maybe bringing this one back, or you're sticking to your guns here?
I think they do, but I think they need to kind of play more towards this top side. It was identified that the Vladimir was a really big problem in these later stages, and the Poplord was kind of doing his best, but there was that early gank into the Volibear, which kind of stunted his kind of aggression in that lane. So if they're able to kind of pick a really strong top jungle 2v2, just kind of get Poplord ahead as best they can, I think that's kind of the way forward. Because Poplord, he showed that he really can carry games. Exeter, have played really, really well, but Poplord, and Poplord and Hills Road, they won 2 games. They won 2-0. They've shown that they can win games. So even though I probably still expect the 2-0, the Hills Road, as we said in the game, they're definitely still not out of it.
And this is something we pointed out in the quarterfinals as well, but from Exeter College, Shaikrol playing with some really, really good rotations, putting his team on the run. I think he was the one that actually went for that top gank on Poplord. So is there anything you think Hills Road can do to maybe stop this very ever-changing style of Exeter College, Jordan?
For Hills Road, I feel it's playing around those previous synergies that they've had. Their top jungle combinations that they've had previously were really, really strong. So I'd like to see something that can work really well with that. Something that you see more traditionally, you see like a Renekton with a Nidalee, so that you've got those mixed damage types, so that you're not just putting both AD or both AP into that top laner. But playing around one central lane might be the way that they come back into this. They were playing very, very split throughout the entire series. Vayne starting to come back towards the end there, but she needed a bit more scaling, a bit more damage to really get into this one. So if they maybe play a little bit more passive, play a little bit back, and try and farm up a little bit more, Hills Road could probably bring themselves back into this series.
Coming from game 1, who would you say was your player? Who was your MVP and player to look for in game 2? Sati, you go first.
I think Shaikrol Payne again. That very creative 3 camps into the top gank was really important for the game. Putting the Volibear behind. Volibear ended up having to TP back to the lane and kind of couldn't leverage as many lane advantages as he would have wanted to. So I think Shaikrol Payne is definitely someone to keep an eye on for the early creative jungle pathing.
I definitely agree with Shaikrol Payne there. What about you, Joe? Is there any other player, or do you think Shaikrol might be the playmaker for game 2 as well?
Really has been the playmaker throughout this series, and I'm really expecting that to continue into the next one as well. But I'd really like to give it a little bit of credit into the mid lane, stop any attempt on that Ahri, playing so well, so aggressive, hitting those charms and being able to burst 3 people with the combination of your Q when it comes back, obviously doing that true damage. Putting out so much work on this Ahri, and I'm expecting that to continue onto whatever pick they come to in this next round, because I'm probably going to assume that Ahri might get banned out for this one.
Speaking of the next round, we don't have to wait anymore because the draft phase will be underway in just a second. So, Sati, Joe, take the game number 2 away.
Really looking forward to this one kicking off, and looking forward to seeing where these picks and bans come in as we do head straight into the draft for this one.
Yeah, I think we'll see more kind of AD carry bans away. I think getting rid of that Tristana and the Xayah from Fax Machine is really important. Even though they did play a really strong Jhin there, things like the Kayn and the Hecarim are really strong for Shaikrol Payne. But I don't know, I'm not really quite sure what you can ban away from this guy. I think the other thing is kind of banning out some of Poplord's champions like the Camille, the Wukong, and the Volibear are really strong for him.
Yeah, you can't really ban out the Hecarim, the Kayn, the Jhin, the Xayah, and also the Tristana, because you're going to have to give one of them up at least. And it's really going to look to see where those bans are focused. Obviously, the Hecarim coming in first. You can see Camille and Seraphine on the other side. Vayne being banned out now for the side of Hills Road. And we haven't really seen that much Vayne coming in from Real Fax Machine so far.
No, we haven't seen it, and it's also very interesting because it's Mint Bloke. We spoke about him kind of being a bit of a Vayne. I did Wayne again. Vayne one trick in solo queues. So it's interesting to see him banning that away as another AD carry ban comes through. That's Kai'Sa. I think the Tristana ban is really important as the last one here for Hills Road. Not just because of the bot lane. I feel like Stop Any Attempt can kind of leverage this and take it into the mid lane and get just as much advantage, because that that kind of lane dominance that you get from a Tristana mid is deadly.
It is going to be the Vladimir taken out, so they're going to leave quite a lot open actually for the side of Exeter College, and going to see what this first pick is. Maybe they're looking to pick up some of these options on their first couple of picks, but the Kayn is open, and it's going to be Nautilus being first picked here.
Yeah, that is really interesting. Last time, Fax Machine and you know, on Tuesday's games, you know, they played a Nautilus Tristana lane there in the bot lane, so they may look for someone of that as the Tristana hover does come out. Maybe they have done their research and they are just going to take it away. This Tristana, I did feel like is probably just going to go into the hands of the Mint bloke into the bot lane. You know, this is much more aggressive than the Vayne. Vayne's a bit more scaling. This Tristana, especially in the bot lane, kind of has to go in to get those advantages. Otherwise, they probably will get outscaled by some other AD carries.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how it stacks up, and that Pantheon as well could be a bit of a flex as well. Has the option to be the support, which is something that we haven't really seen as much, but also very, very strong in the hands of the jungle, but also the top lane as well. And I'd really like to see Poplord playing something like the Pantheon and allowing him to be rewarded for playing so aggressive.
Yeah, and the Pantheon is really interesting as well because it's like kind of going away from kind of what we saw Hillsroad do in previous games where they were getting their advantages kind of with the scaling. You know, I was going to say Pantheon doesn't scale particularly well, you know, especially if he's going towards lethality. If he goes towards Gordrinker, he'll be very useful, but they're you know, Dark Dragon, not Dark Dragon, sorry, Deadly Bamboo and Poplord kind of go towards more scaling champions. As Dark Dragon picks up his Kayn. As I said in the first game, he kind of plays Kayn and he plays Vi. He actually piloted the Vi very well in that first game, but kind of struggled to they struggled to play as a team and close out the game. So, and it is also obviously a takeaway from Shycrawl Pain. You know, unless he's taking up this Viego, which I've seen in both top jungle and mid. You know, it is a takeaway from him in the jungle.
Yeah, the Kayn being picked up by Dark Dragon again, as you said, just make sure that it's not going to go into the hands of Shycrawl Pain. So that was something that we mentioned. If you can't ban them all, you can pick them up on the other side. As we are going to see the Kha'Zix and Rengar banned as well. Very, very strong picks as the Wukong taken out the hands of Poplord. And still expecting that Pantheon to go in the top lane, really.
Yeah, I think the problem is that it can be flexed. You know, Poplord showed a very strong Wukong, as well as Deadly Bamboo playing a very mean cast in there in the mid lane. As we see two more bans going the way of Shycrawl Pain, same as the first game, that Kha'Zix and the Rengar taken away, and it would be very interesting to see how Exeter College kind of round out this team comp because you know these two players we've seen, they have very big champion pools. So let's see what they go for. Hopefully it's a bit of fun. You know, they played the Yasuo and the Zed the other day, so let's see what they'll play.
Yeah, we're going to see the Galio being picked up, which could be the mid laner, but it also could still go down into that support role, same as the Pantheon. Obviously, we're not expecting to see that in the jungle as the Kayn has been picked up, and Zed picked up from Shycrawl Pain here.
Yeah, this is what we saw him play in the jungle, so let's see if he's going to do that again. I'd really love to see an AP champion just to kind of like round out this comp, you know, whatever it is. Even if it's the Teemo again from Exeter College, I want to see an AP champion. This team is very AD heavy, and there we go. Another high skill cap champion coming out from the Kali, and that does mean... Ooh, this could be Viego jungle, actually. You know, Dr. Viego was the top laner last game, so, you know, he is currently holding that Viego, so, you know, unless they swap and it is Zed top or something... we'll see. But, you know, Shycrawl Pain, he did pilot this Zed yesterday, so it will be interesting.
And the Jax has hovered. It looks like it is going to be this final pick for them. And we'll have to see where these picks actually end up now. Looking at this, you can see, obviously, the Zyra and Nor are going to stay in the bot lane. That's a given. But then this Viego, Zed, and Akali is going to be an interesting combination to see where they end up going. Viego can be played top and mid, but is primarily supposed to be a jungler, and also has the two build paths. I've seen a few people running him AP as that stun dash on his E has such good AP scaling, and you can almost one-tap people with it and then hop into them with that execute ultimate and pilot their body for a short amount of time. But we've also seen Shycrawl Pain play this Zed in the jungle as well, and as it does tick down, it does look like Shycrawl Pain is going to take that into the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, thing is, we shouldn't be like too surprised. I guess he played this yesterday and he played it very, very well. So that I don't think there'll be many questions about if he can play this or not. He was very, I guess, gank heavy, just constantly diving the bot lane in Tuesday's games. Yes, and as you said, this Viego is going towards the top lane, but he is into a Jax. This sounds like a very hard matchup for the Viego, a very auto attack heavy champion into the Jax who can dodge away from those. So yeah, I guess maybe we do see that AP Viego. I'm not too sure about that. It's not one I've seen. It will be very interesting. More likely going towards that Kraken there, but again, that's very countered by this Jax. So it'll be very interesting. Fax Machine and Nautilus, SS Master on the Nautilus do have this very strong 2v2 bot lane, especially as the Zai's a great answer into the Tristana. If Tristana is jumping on top of you, if you're placing those feathers behind it with a Zai, you can just pull those back and deal a great deal of damage.
Yeah, that Xayah is an interesting pick. She's not really the top of the tiers at the minute, but such a good pick. That ultimate giving you a free peel, really for yourself, stopping people from being able to jump onto you, kind of preventing a lot of that damage, and then also the burst that you gain with the recall of the feathers. Should be interesting to see how they stack up. On the other side, though, we are going to see Label taking the Pantheon support, something that we haven't really seen since these new items came in. Any idea as to why the Pantheon's we've seen it more in the top lane or more in the jungle than we have done in the support role previously?
I think for this game specifically, I think you said the Pantheon is most likely going top lane, and I think that probably was the plan. I think Pantheon is much better as a top laner, but as soon as they saw that Viego was heading top lane, the Jax pick for Pop Lord was just a bit of a really strong counter matchup that they couldn't kind of pass up on. So Labor will be taking this Pantheon into the support role, but I do think this is like really hard into the Nautilus. Jumping onto the Nautilus is pretty scary. You're not going to be able to kill him. We'll see if I can be proved wrong. As I said, jumping onto that Xayah, especially if they've got feathers behind you, once that blade caller comes through, it'll be you're going to take a lot of damage. Pantheon is a really strong champion though. They have changed that a little bit. You can't block tower shots, but Pantheon has really been a strong champion.
Yeah, really, really is. And going to see the Galio into the mid lane. We've seen quite a lot of Galio today, but it's mainly been in the support role. What advantage does it have in the mid lane? Is it more the roam potential and being able to set things up? Are we expecting this Galio to be wandering up and down towards top and bot? Or is he going to look to try and play into this Akali, seeing as he does have that innate magic shield on his W?
Yeah, I think Akali got some energy nerfs on a Q, which means that Akali will kind of have more problems kind of clearing the wave. So if Galio is able to clear the wave with a Q and kind of move towards those side lanes, I think that's the kind of advantage of Galio being in the mid lane, especially as this top lane matchup is going to be very volatile. The Jax into the Viego, they're going to want to fight a lot. And with the Zed jungle, Shackle Pain, we saw him on Tuesday, and he really wants to fight all the time. So this Galio kind of running around and doing their best to assist with the team is going to be really, really important. It is interesting to see. Again, I'm not sure if you guys can see it, but I can see that Galio is actually running Ignite this game. It's not going to be the TP. So Galio may even just look to kind of win out in that 1v1 against the Akali.
Yeah, really looking for quite an aggressive Galio then if he's opting to run the Ignite here, and really not really seeing a lot of TPs coming in. Obviously, the Akali going with the Ignite as well. So just these top laners with the TPs, something that we've seen a little bit more of. These laners clearly want to be very aggressive and get themselves fed nice and early on, and be interested to see how that stacks up into this game.
Yeah, I think so, definitely. As we'll be getting into game very soon. I guess we can start talking about the kind of path from these junglers. Yesterday we saw Shackle Pain just kind of clearing 1 or 2 camps and straight away going into those ganks. Zed doesn't really clear the jungle particularly well, even with the changes that it was actually counterfeit talking about on Tuesday, as all the double flash there, Nautilus trading flashes with the jungle. Nautilus does actually have Hex Flash this game, so very interesting to see that Kane, going for that going for that early ward is kind of caught out there.
Again, this Nautilus is going to keep walking up. Clearly wants to look for this Kane again, seeing as he doesn't have the flash available. He's going to keep walking, forcing the Kane all the way off his Raptors. And you can guarantee that this Zed is going to need quite the leash into this blue buff.
Yeah, I think so. And thankfully, Viego is supposed to be a jungler, so I guess they can give quite a good leash, as they are actually looking for a lane swap here. It looks like Viego saying, yeah, I'm not sure about laning is that Jax. That sounds pretty impossible. Let me go against this Galio. And I think this works for like both parties. Even though Kali isn't really running the TP, this looks like a little bit of a last-second swap. Viego will be much happier into the Galio, who's much stronger against AP champions.
Yeah, and really looking forward to see how this Viego actually plays out. I've not really seen him in much organized setting so far. Just a lot of people playing him in solo queue. So it'd be interesting to see how he goes into these team fights and how he's able to stack up into this Galio. But these early trades coming in so strong for Galio, so strong, sorry, for this Viego, considering he's not even using abilities. These are just auto attacks.
Yeah, Viego is very strong in these early levels, because of his passive, he gets kind of like 2 hits and is able to sustain, get some health back. As it's actually the Galio hitting level 2, he has the aftershock in this lane. As Viego now hits level 2, if he can trade back, as we see that we saw that Dark Dragon started on his blue buff. He got a leash and he is clearing up towards the top lane. As Nautilus level 2 going for some more, blows another flash.
Yeah, with that Hex Flash coming in so aggressive towards this Pantheon, not quite hitting his hook, but is going to hit that one onto the Tristana. And having this level advantage in the bot lane is going to mean that they're so strong in comparison. And this Viego, so much damage coming over from him.
Yeah,
but it is going to be up to level 3 first.
Yeah. But this lane looks extremely volatile. Both of these people want to fight all the time. But I just want to quickly talk about this bot lane. Fax Machine, paired up with this Nautilus again, SS Master, piloting this Nautilus. Extremely volatile lane again. This is what they played to get their first win on Tuesday, and it looks like they're trying to play this to make their way into the finals.
Yeah, they are looking to try and get this advantage as Shy Cruel Pain is coming in for that first gank. That's a really nice stun coming in from the Viego. That's a beautiful play from him. And really nice gank coming in from Shy Cruel Pain, preventing that Galio from being able to get his escape by coming in with the stun, coming in and forcing the knock up there. Really nice play coming in, and this is now going to be a fight in the bot lane. Tristana is going to keep trying to push forward. She's going to get rooted up. Is it going to be enough? The Ignite comes over as the Xayah is going to have to flash out of that one. The Nimbus Poke is going to give it the speed boost to try and walk out of that one, as is going to be Shy Cruel Pain coming in now and allowing the kill over onto the Tristana to go to the Xayah, and another pick for Shy Cruel Pain to take out that Galio, that Pantheon as well. And also there was a kill on the top lane. That's going to be a solo kill for the Jax onto the Akali.
It's a little bit too aggressive here from Hills Road, from Mintbloke and Label. They are playing this aggressive bot lane, I know, but you just saw Zed gank there in the mid lane. You know that he wants to clear that bot lane scuttle grab. You know that he's on the bot side of the map, and they kind of overchase a little bit, trying to get this kill onto the Xayah, onto Fax Machine, and they get double killed. So it's Shy Cruel Pain here, 1-0-2, and the game is only 4 minutes. This is looking a lot like the second game from Tuesday.
Yeah, it's quite worrying to see the Zed at 4 minutes being 1-0-2 already. Really not something that you want to be laning into if you are this Kane. This Kane could probably be getting invaded anytime soon. And we're going to see another lane swap for this time for the side of Hills Road. They are actually going to move the Galio up into the top lane, have this Jax play into the Viego.
Yeah, these lane assignments for Hills Road are a little bit better. This is kind of what they wanted to play their counter match into. I think the problem is that, Deadly Bamboo, he's already level 5. Once he hits level 6, he has much less options to kind of play with the map. We spoke about, as he is trying to trade onto the Akali here.
Really nice initiation. The taunt comes in as well, but is going to have to walk out of that one. Viego is going to try and dash away, but he's going to get stunned up by the Jax now. He's going to be able to hit that little dash onto the wall, give himself a little speed boost as Shy Cruel Pain is walking in now as well, stop any attempt as well, stepping up. Deadly Bamboo is going to have to flash out of that one, so that's another flash taken out here by Shy Cruel Pain.
as we see some dancing there in the bot lane. Deadly Bamboo maybe go out here, no flash, trying to fight with the Zed. But yeah, we spoke about it in the draft. The reason of this Galio is has Tristana maybe caught out here.
Tristana may be caught out as it is going to be so much damage coming in from this Xayah. She doesn't have the recall. It's going to come in right towards the end. Label taken out there, and Kane not quite able to catch Shy Cruel Pain. Is going to be able to get out before that one is done. There's Xayah as well, that Blade Caller as well. The burst damage that she has is so strong. Poplord looking to flash aggressively, nearly takes out the Viego, but is going to have to walk that one out. One more auto would have done it, but it's not quite enough as it's going to be the side of Exeter College now taking some plates on the bot side.
Once again, though, it's Poplord trying to do his best here in the mid lane, gain advantages in his own lane. I think the problem is that the Viego still has his TP. He'll be able to TP back to this lane, but stopping attempt maybe he got out here in the top lane. And he does go down.
In is going to clean up as well. Nice link-up play from Deadly Bamboo and Dark Dragon on this Kane. And I imagine now they're going to try and respond Exeter College with another pick in the mid lane. This Zed just cleaning up on his Raptors, as the Viego is going to have to run for it now.
Yeah, I think this is the game to be a play-by-play. Colorcaster can't really get too much in here, as you said, that jump onto the Jax.
The ultimate comes in now for the Zed as well. That huge amounts of damage, is going to try and burst through as the Viego is going to come in as well. Going to be a nice TP back for the Zed, but it's not going to be quite enough. It's going to be Jax taking out the Zed and Viego getting the kick over onto the Jax as well. And he's going to inhabit his body for a short amount of time as the Kane walks into the lane.
Yeah, this is probably still an advantage for Exeter College, but Poplord really showing that he's really trying to do his best in these games, trying to get some advantages. He gets a trade kill there, 2 kills now for him, as another hook lands on the Pantheon.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage coming in now, as a really nice hook coming in onto Label, as the Pantheon is going to fall fairly low, and this Xayah putting out so much damage. No one lining up really for the Feathers, not able to take that one up. Label is going to have to recall, and it's so far behind level 4 compared to the level 6 now the Real Fact Machine is at.
Yeah, this lane is really hard to play. We spoke about Pantheon Sport being a bit stronger last season. There have been some nerfs, some changes to the Pantheon. As Kane may be looking to make a play down here as Nautilus tanks the tower.
Yeah, he's going to start walking through the wall, and is going to have this Xayah locked up, and that's really nice use of her ultimate there. Going to lock up the Kane, and that's beautiful burst damage. Beautiful CC, but it is going to be Poplord walking down now. He's going to try and look to try and take someone out. It's going to be this Nautilus ult coming out to lock up. That's a depth charge right there. So much damage coming in. It's going to be a Blade Caller to recall those as well. The damage coming out. Really nice hook from SS Master, and he's going to take out the Jax as well. This bot lane is becoming turbo fed. Label coming in, very aggressive flash, and also the flash coming in from Real Fax Machine to make sure that those recalled feathers come straight back into her. He's going to step past Label's spear, not going to quite do enough, and it is going to be another recall. That's another kill for this Xayah, 4-0-3, and they're really starting to take this one now, as Mintyberg is going to have to jump out to safety. Beautiful play in this bot lane.
Yeah, this is a really disaster. We can see that Label is still level 4. They kind of died, got back to lane, died again. There's another fight in the mid lane.
Yeah, Shy Cruel Pain is going to pop the ultimate over onto Dark Dragon, and it's going to tank 2 turret shots for it, but it's not going to quite be enough. That damage isn't... You get a little bit bold there if you think that you're 1-1 and 3, you're going to take him out that early. Not quite got the item for that one, and this Xayah must be sitting on so much gold, getting solo plates as well on top of it. 4-0-3 has the Noon Quiver and the Pickaxe. I'm looking forward to seeing where she goes with this build, as the Pantheon is stepping up. The Kane is available there as well. Nautilus is a long way away. If the Xayah does get caught out, she will be dead.
Yes, we see Exeter College, really far ahead in this game again. They have really strong champions. This Xayah's base, she had 2k gold there. She already finished her mythic item. She already has her boots. She is so strong, and Label's still not even level 6 yet in this game. Fax Machine and SS Master being so strong. Zed has just picked up the Rift Herald. This is a chance for even more plates going into the Xayah, or someone like the Zed or the Akali or the Viego, as Dark Dragon maybe caught out here in the river.
Yeah, you're going to see Viego going up into the top lane again. A Poplord is going to just keep following him. He's going to lock up Viego so far and going to try and run away. Nice flash from Doctor, and he's going to escape with his life, but they are going to start to look towards the drag now. 10 minutes in, and this Xayah is so fed. 10 minutes in, and she has Gale Force and Berserker Greaves as well. Really looking forward to seeing how this one ends up in this bot lane. A fed Xayah is always a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, once again, this is Fax Machine with the pressure in the bot lane, meaning that they can go towards this dragon. I want to talk about something that maybe isn't particularly obvious in this game, and it is Doctor playing into this Jax. This is twice now that he's been like almost killed by the Jax by Pop Lord. But he's done really well to not give away any kills. He is doing well to just kind of play weak side here, and not give any advantages and dying on the weak side of the map to Hills Road.
Yeah, and SS Master starting to step up now, and there's bot lane playing very, very aggressive and just leaving all this farm for the Xayah. Again, just starving them of these levels. Xayah's 2 levels up on the enemy bot lane, both the support and the ADC. And SS Master even having a level advantage as well. Be interested to see how this one goes. It's going to be a strong initiation from the Galio. He's going to pop the taunt as well. The Akali can't quite be seen as she is in the smoke as well. The trade going back and forth. It's going to be Pooplord as well coming in, trying to take out Doctor. It goes for the ultimate to get out, but isn't quite going to be enough. They are going to start to walk this one out, as there's going to be another fight in the bot lane. Now Xayah is going to take out that turret as well, and Libel is going to get themselves knocked up by that Nautilus ult, and that's going to be another kill for the Xayah once again. 5-0-3 in this one, as Bamboo is looking to try and take the fight to the Akali once again. Trades going back and forth in every single lane, and they are pushing.
They do have the Rift out here. They could pop it and get another tower, as it looks like they're trying to go into the tower. Uses the Featherstorm to kind of drop tower aggro and picks up another kill. They may not even need the Rift Tower to kind of kill this. They could even use it on the inhib tower at 12 minutes into the game. It just shows how far ahead they are in this game, But I think it's interesting to talk about, as they will drop the Rift Herald, is that on Tuesday, they played a similar style of team comp with lots of high skilled champions, especially in the solo lane. But this time they kind of have champions that scale a little bit better into the game, so it feels even harder for Hills Road to come back into this.
It's another initiation from this Nautilus again. The hook coming in, and Label trying to push this one very, very aggressively. Shycrawl Pain as well coming into the backline. There is going to be another pick for the real Fax Machine on this Xayah. Beautiful play so far. So Herald is going to help them take the inhib and the inhib turret, and he's going to even get a charge on one of these Nexus turrets. So aggressive. Plates haven't even fallen yet, and they're still taking this bot lane all the way up to the Nexus. And I would also like to just quickly apologize. I do realize that Pop Lord has changed his name, and I did just pronounce it wrong. He is no longer Poop Lord. He is Pop Lord.
As we do see a shutdown there going over to Dark Dragon, I think, as there may be a solo kill in the top lane. Yes, it is actually Deadly Bamboo picking up a kill there. Really strong. I'm not sure it's going to be able to kind of stop the super minions in the bot lane, but still, it's very good for him. Fax Machine had that Gale Force about 5 minutes ago. They haven't actually based since. I think they'll clear these Raptors and kind of go back to base. They must have lots of gold. I can actually check for you. They have 2.6k gold. So yes, the answer is yes. They do have a lot of gold. The dragon is spawning in 2 minutes time. That first dragon was really quite late. And Mimblug only has Noon Quiver and Pickaxe. He's actually having problems clearing these waves. These super minions are really so strong.
Yeah, it's so far behind, unfortunately, but that's the problem when you're playing into such an aggressive lane. There's Nautilus doing so much for the Xayah and opening up these fights. 7-0-3 so far. Label just playing just a little bit too aggressive on this Pantheon, and as you said, yeah, Mintbloke actually struggling to take care of these super minions at this point.
And that is kind of spiraling into the enemy jungle here, where we see Nautilus kind of trying to take away this red buff. I think that's maybe a little bit over the top, as they're trying to catch onto the Kane or the Galio, trying to open up this mid tower. Yeah,
it's going to be the Galio initiating very aggressively. It is going to get the knock-up onto Shycrawl Pain, but it isn't going to quite be enough. The ultimate does come in, as the ultimate comes in as well for Shycrawl Pain. Going to take out that Jax beautifully. It is going to be Nautilus locked up and taken out by the Kane there. However, it's going to be a nice ultimate coming in from the Viego. It's not going to be enough to take out the Kane, as the Kane is going to get the pick over onto the Viego. Still doesn't quite have his form, but I imagine we'll be able to pick up the Rast after that fight.
A big fight there, they're getting some kills. I think the problem is that Fax Machine wasn't involved in that fight at all, and it was actually really quite close. Fax Machine in the top lane trying to take the tower, as we now see them complete a full Essence Reaver. Gale Force into Essence Reaver into IE is the most common build for Xayah at the moment, but I'm not sure if they will get towards the IE, but a solo kill again from Deli Bamboo. First onto the Akali, and now onto the Z, as you said. Rast has now been completed.
Yeah, you've really got to watch out for this Xayah, though. She's going to get chased down by the Jax. It is going to be a nice little kill from Stop Any Attempt on this Akali, being able to get another pick once again. And Tristana has finally, 16 minutes in, got her first item, the Gale Force, being picked up.
Yeah, as the Rift Tower will spawn again soon, I believe. I think it is up. They are just going to base and go, most likely go towards the Infernal Dragon. That Infernal will give them quite a lot of damage as Viego is trying to open up this mid tower. As we see that Fax Machine going towards that pickaxe, I fully believe that this will build into an Infinity Edge. I really would like to see, they do have a finals tomorrow. If they are able to close out this game, not getting ahead of herself at Exeter College, I would like to see them, kind of close out this game as quickly as possible and show that, they really are this extremely strong team.
Yeah, they're definitely showing it so far. This Xayah is just absolutely turbo fed in the bot lane, and the Zed getting his mythic as well now has that Duskblade, the Akali picking up the Rift Maker, I believe it is.
Yeah.
She is gonna start to be able to start doing a little bit of this burn damage, and part of that being true damage. That's gonna be so strong into when she's taking these extended trades into the Jax, into the Galio. And we are going to see the next Drake being picked up. It is going to be the Infernal, 17 minutes in. Going to be going the way of Hills Road, surprisingly. And this Xayah is just going to come in and absolutely clean up now. It's going to be the Zed and the Viego coming and putting in so much damage. It is going to be Pop Lord, the final one to be locked up and slain. 8-0-5 now, the Xayah. And everyone doing so much work. And they're just going to look to run into this bot lane now and look to open this one up.
They have Herald here. They could end. There are 2 dead at the moment as Zed is going onto the Justana.
Zed going in with his ultimate, putting in so much work, and it's just going to TP back. That final proc might be enough to get the Xayah, and in comes the Herald now. They're going to try to get through this one. They do have to make sure they step back to take the inhib as well, because that is going to be charged up, and Herald actually ends up getting a charge off onto that. Slightly mistiming that one, as the Herald may actually die here now. It's going to be a lot of damage coming in. That's going to be the Galio taking out the Xayah. So much damage going down on this fight. Pop Lord is going to find another one onto SS Master. It's going to be an engage from Deadly Bamboo over onto Doctor on this Viego. So much damage coming through, and you've got to question the timing there with that inhibitor coming back up. Means that they're not able to take the turret with that Herald, and possibly going to throw this one away. A huge shutdown from the Xayah. She still has 250 gold available. It's going to be nearly a complete team kill. Just the actually, I believe it was a team kill.
Yeah, I mean, the inhibitor did go down, and one of the Nexus turrets did go down, but that was a bit of an overstep. It turns out that they could not end the game at 18 minutes in Exeter College. Oh, maybe they're not as good as we thought. Yeah, they will have to kind of play towards the other lanes now, unless they want to just run it back down bot lane. But killing that Xayah straight away was really important. We can currently see that Xayah is pinging the Elder Dragon, the Baron. Sorry, in the first game they kind of did a Baron very early, so they're not afraid of doing something like that. And if they were to pick out the Baron, they really could finish off this game quick.
Yeah, this Baron is going to be a big fight here, and if you're on the side of Hills Road, you really need to be looking to get some vision down onto it to try and open this one up, to make sure that you're not just going to give this one up for free, because clearly Exeter College want to go for this one. They want to open this fight up, and they want to end this game as soon as they can. You're looking at pretty solid pace going in 20 minutes. This Baron is going to pop up in just a second, and so much coming in now. Is going to be a fight in the mid lane. The combo is going to prevent his knockup coming in. It is going to be the ultimate coming over onto that Jax and Stop Any Attempt. Going to clean that one up. It's going to be another pick for the Xayah. 9, 1, and 6, and that's going to be the Baron.
Deadly Bamboo and Pop Lord too far up in the mid lane. They were caught out 2v5. I think they would have been able to do the Baron anyway, but once those two picks come out, it is a given. It'll be very interesting to see what they kind of plan to do with this Baron. because they kind of could play for these remaining outer towers. There's 2 in the mid lane and 1 in the top lane. But the other option is that inhibitor is down in the bot lane, and there is only 1 Nexus towers left, and they are just that far ahead. There is the option that they really could run it down into that bot lane and try and end the game.
It does look like they're going to walk it down the mid lane as well. They've got so much damage available to them. They are just going to burn through these turrets. At only 21 minutes into the game, they're putting in so much damage. This Xayah leading the way, 9, 1, and 6, and is close to, as you mentioned, that Infinity Edge. Has the BF sword, has the pickaxe as well. Also, this Akali starting to bring herself back into it as well. 2, 3, and 2, 150 gold shutdown available on her as well.
Yeah, she will be really strong. She struggled into that Gallia once they swapped back. But I really like to see someone from Exeter kind of go and baron up those minions on the right there in the bot lane. As it looks like on this wave that the inhib tower will fall, and that will be 2 inhibitors down, and still with 1 Nexus turret remaining. Will they just end here? Will they base and go top?
I'm fully expecting to burn through this inhibitor and maybe look to send someone into the bot lane to just empower those minions. In fact, Machine is a little bit bold there if you're going to try and base right there. But they are going to try and walk this one out and get some recalls off. That's going to be the IE for the Xayah as well.
Yeah, I was going to say Fact Machine has now finished off that Infinity Edge. If they weren't strong before, they are most definitely strong now. This Xayah on 3 items is incredibly strong. Level 12 in this game. I mean, this is the thing. You can see Minblock is actually on level 11. They've been farming these bot waves, the inhibitor waves that have been coming in. They've been getting so much gold, so much XP. Maybe not enough to catch up with the Xayah, who is 9, 1, and 6 this game. Maybe a hint towards an MVP. Yes, Xayah is really strong, as they will be going towards this top lane. Fax Machine making his way up there, who is the most important member of the team.
Yeah, it really is. When you're this far ahead, 3 complete items as well as your boots, you really need to be in every single fight. That top turret is going to fall and the siege is going to begin. Just that inhibitor turret left standing, and you really have to start taking out some of these waves. But Striker will Pain nearly find themselves caught out, but it's going to open the turret. Everyone is going to move down towards that 1Z, and they're just going to burn through the inhibitor turret and also the inhibitor. Every inhibitor open with Baron buff available, and this is a strong engage coming in now from the north. A lot of people knocked up, and that's going to be a real Fact Machine putting in so much damage. It's going to be Popball taken out immediately. It's going to be the Punkio to follow that one up. The Galio is going to come in to try and provide some shield. Stopping the attempt is going to take up the Tristana, though. On the other side, it's going to be a double kill for this Akali, and that is going to be the game. There's the ace, the triple kill coming in for the Xayah, and that is the end of the game. 24-13, 24-minute game. Really well played from Exeter College, and you were right. They really just out-mechanicked them throughout the entire series.
Yeah, that's 24 kills in 24 minutes. 1 kill a minute there for Exeter College, showing that they really are a strong team. I think they won on nearly every side of the map. In both games, they showed that they really are a top team.
And we have our finalists, Exeter College slaying the former champions Hills Road, which automatically means, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow we will be crowning a new champion. It's just the All Star Showdown, but think about the confidence Exeter College will go into tomorrow's games. I would say they humiliated the reigning champions from the previous season. Like we said, we don't know if they have the same roster, but what a performance. Exeter College so far haven't lost 1 map, 2 games, 4-0, and I think they're the favorites going into tomorrow. What do you think, Sati?
Yeah, I definitely think so. I predicted the 2-0 because they were so strong on day 1, and I think they will be so strong going into tomorrow's final as well. And as you said, they will be, absolutely bursting with confidence. As I said, they were winning on every side of the map. There wasn't a weak link in this team at all, and they showed that they can close out games. They can close out games fast. I think it would have been a humiliation if they kind of finished the game off on that Rift Herald push, but with the inhibitor respawned, Hills Road were saved for a little bit.
And what a performance from Fax Machine, I think, right there. He only died once when the entire team got killed, but other than that, he stepped up big time, and they show that every single player on this team is fantastic. Like we've seen Stop Any Attempt, we have always commended Shy Cruel Pain, but Fax Machine, right, this game, he just kept on rolling and rolling, and he kept growing bigger, and there was no stopping him.
Yeah, really showing off as well. Played really well on the Jin, but was kind of overshadowed by the rest of his team. But clearly, this whole match was the real Fax Machine show. On that Zaya, getting so many kills so early. By 10 minutes, having your mythic item completed, as well as the tier 2 boots on those Zerka Greaves. Really just allowed them to snowball the game from there, opening all the way up to that inhibitor turret so early, just allowed the game to be open from there.
Absolutely. And looking into towards the best of 5 final we will be having tomorrow, who would you think is your favorite going into tomorrow? I would say for me, Exeter College has just looked unstoppable, and I think I would take them. What about you, Sati?
Yeah, I think so. We spoke about it briefly. They really do look a step above. I think East Norfolk today, really were fantastic. They showed, some really strong players, like individually as well. I think they had a bit of a more problem like closing out both games though. I don't expect them to get the same kind of leads against Exeter. Sorry, I don't expect them to get the same kind of leads against Exeter to kind of mess about like that. They will really need to play much cleaner to kind of come away with any kind of win, whether it's 2-0 again or a 2-1.
And we'll talk about all about it more probably tomorrow before the actual final, which will be a best of 5, not a best of 3 there. Just your final thoughts, guys. I want to ask, who would be your MVP for that entire series?
If I had to give it to just one, I'm gonna have to say I'm gonna have to go with Fax Machine. Kind of overshadowed in the first game. I gave it to Stop Any Attempt in the first one. But that Jin was so strong. We saw how aggressive he was on that bot side, diving people under turrets 2v1. And then playing this Zaya on this side was clearly supported really well by the Nautilus. But this putting out so much damage. Really nice little techs as well to be able to flash with the recall as well to make sure that the feathers were lined up to make sure that he was actually rooting people. It has to go to Fax Machine in my eyes.
What about you, Sati? Are you still on the Shy Cruel Pain train with his rotations and early plays, or did Fax Machine win you over as well?
I think Fax Machine definitely wins it for me as well, but Joe has already spoke about it, so I will speak about Charcoal Pain, who, like, once again on this set was kind of accelerating the early game and making early plays. They made a play in the mid lane, the top, and towards the bot. So he really was everywhere on the map. So I think both of those people played really well throughout the series. Fax Machine, he wasn't as involved in the fact that he wasn't as flashy. He wasn't on like the Kane or anything like that, but he kind of had the pressure in that bot lane to just kind of start them snowballing those dragons. So I think he was a really important part of both games.
I just received note that tomorrow we will also have the pleasure of interviewing the players before the final, and obviously the winners after the final. So that's something that I'm personally very much looking forward to. As we're approaching the end of our broadcast, I just want to ask you guys if you have any final closing words. Do you want to promote yourself or give any shout outs? Joe, you can go first.
Of course, being on British Esports streams once again, I am going to have to just promote myself. My Twitter is down below, so make sure you go ahead and follow me. Been an absolute pleasure to cast today, and really looking forward to seeing these finals tomorrow. But best of luck to both teams, and commiserations to the teams that went out today. Everyone played incredibly throughout the both series.
And you, Sati?
Nothing to promote. 1:15 tomorrow. Make sure you're here. It's going to be a really great grand final. Best of 5, as you said. But yeah, again, thank you to the players. Even the ones that weren't able to pick up the wins today. They played really well, and to win in the quarterfinals was a good achievement as well. So well done.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for both of you being part of this fantastic broadcast and giving your best. We will be resuming tomorrow with Sati. I think will be joining us for the final tomorrow. As for everyone else, I want to congratulate and thank Hills Road College for taking and being a part of this All Star Showdown tournament. It was unfortunate to see them leave in the semifinal, but they showed some fantastic performances in day one and even today, even though the scoreline maybe didn't show that. My name is Waxon. It was my pleasure to be your host today. But for you, don't forget to join us tomorrow at 1 p.m. for the grand final, best of 5 of the League of Legends All Star Showdown. Have a nice afternoon.